Started at 11 at 10:45.
James, you can breathe now.
Complete. Hi, Pat. Hi, Tom Green. Okay, Chief Markle. Chief Markle's, yeah. Okay, stand right. Yeah, get in the middle. All right, so today is, we're going to celebrate National Peace Officer Memorial Day. And I have to thank you all because I know everybody's been super busy working buck days, and that in itself is just, it's a whole, when we have activities like that, it calls for everyone. So thank you. You're doing a stellar job, and I personally can attest to that. So thank you very much. And with that, we will read our proclamation. So whereas the police officers of America have worked devotedly and selflessly on behalf of the people of this country, regardless of the peril or hazard to themselves. And whereas police officers have safeguarded the lives and property of their fellow Americans. By the enforcement of our laws, these same officers have given our country internal freedoms from fear of the violence and civil disorder that is presently affecting other nations. These men and women, by their patriotic service and dedication and efforts, have earned the gratitude of our entire nation. And whereas the City of Corpus Christi Police Department is recognizing those courageous fallen heroes who have given the ultimate sacrifice for the citizens of our community. Now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the City of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim May 15th of 2022 National Peace Officer Memorial Day and May 11th through the 17th of 2022 National Police Officers Week in Corpus Christi, Texas. And I encourage all residents to show respect and appreciation to all police officers of this community and take a moment to remember those officers who have given their lives in the line of duty.
Well, thank you, Mayor. We appreciate that greatly. And appreciate the attendance for this most honorable week. In 1962, for those of you who want to keep up with your history, in 1962, through a joint resolution, our Congress passed Police Memorial Week so that we may recognize those who gave up their lives in the line of duty. Public service is a calling. It's not just a job. All of you up here know that. Elected officers, everyone knows that is a calling. And sometimes, in the hardest of times, we lose lives. We give our lives as a profession in the protection of others. So it's our duty and our honor to take time to recognize those folks who have done so. So thank you, Mayor. We appreciate you making this. All right, thank you.
Absolutely. Okay.
Thank you so much.
Great, thank you.
thought y'all were late. We were waiting out.
I know. I thought it's supposed to start at 2:45. We're still trying to get this. No, it's amazing. I really got on TV. I'll be so happy about that.
Can I get a copy of that?
Yes, yes, Lisa. Take care. Yes, Lisa, she'll get you one. Okay. For sure, she'll get
That
you
one,
one.
and
I
I guess
think
we're
she
here for
will.
the mental health too, because
Oh, right.
we have full mental health.
Yes,
All
yes.
in the bluff, I might add.
All in the, that's awesome.
Yeah, I'm gonna try. My good friend, the sheriff, never invited me, so. Are you serious? Yeah, please, if you don't mind. Yeah, he's mad. He's mad at me for some reason, so I don't know.
Okay. Bring it in, bring it in. There we go. Is that good, Monica? Okay, our next proclamation is about National Preservation Month, which is a topic that the council has been discussing now for a few months. So we'll go ahead and read this proclamation, very important topic, and it's important to any community. So we really appreciate the work that this team has done, and especially under Nina's leadership. So whereas the city of Corpus Christi has several national registered landmarks, state of Texas landmarks, and local landmarks worth saving, visiting, and celebrating. And whereas historic preservation is an effective resource to promote heritage, tourism, and economic development, and to revitalize our community's character. And whereas it is important to acclaim the role of history in our lives and the contributions made by dedicated individuals to help preserve the heritage that has assisted in shaping the nation, both urban and rural, and for all Americans, regardless of ethnic backgrounds. And whereas during the month of May of 2022, residents can visit a museum dedicated to history, walk around a historical neighborhood, explore historical downtown, and encourage the importance of rehabilitation work in the community. And whereas the Landmark Commission will participate in National Preservation Month by sponsoring a historic preservation photo contest and presenting historic preservation awards at its May 26th meeting at 4:30 p.m. to acknowledge the local preservation effort. And now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim May of 2022 National Preservation Month in the city of Corpus Christi, and I encourage all residents to recognize the contributions made to preserve Corpus Christi's past for future generations. Who would like to speak?
You put me on the spot.
Yes.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate the award, City Council and Mayor. Thank you again. We, as the Landmark Commission, are here to observe and research historical areas to try to save them, to make sure that our citizens and our visitors that come to the city can enjoy, and us just keeping them going, making sure they're all up to date, and so that way we can always enjoy them for years to come. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Yes.
Anybody else want to? We good? All right. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Good job.
So let's maybe, should we, how do you position everybody? I guess it's kind of. Short guy got to go. Short girls can go next to him. There we go.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you. Absolutely. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, yeah, right? I know. I know, it's true. Monica. Whatever makes sense. So you're.
Yeah, me too. It's okay, join me.
I mean, I can just like, and then let's there. We can all scoot out a little bit and then taller. And then let's start those back. So all the way down.
Lisa, there's Monica. You can give it to Monica. Yeah, I'm asking her, but I would ask her since she's here. Wow, okay. Okay, well, welcome. Hi, everybody. Are y'all ready for the picture? God, a lot of y'all. This is wonderful. So today we are proclaiming Mental Health Awareness Month. So again, in advance, thank you for everything you do. You guys preaching to the choir. Mental health is such an issue across the country, a difficult one, and it certainly takes extreme advocacy, awareness, different partnerships, our police officers, our EMS, our firefighters. I mean, it's an endless number of who helps, right? Of who does this quote fall on? All of us. And so thank you for what you do because it is such an issue and it's so critical. So thank you for being here today. So with that, I'll read the proclamation. Whereas since 1969, Nueces Center for Mental Health and Intellectual Disabilities, or MHID, with collaboration from community partners, has led the observance of mental health awareness. And whereas mental health is tremendously vital to everyone's overall health and well-being and is prevalent with nearly 1 in 5 Americans living with a mental health concern. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has created an unprecedented rise in both mental health and substance use concerns, and whereas with early identification and effective treatment, individuals living with mental health concerns can recover, leading full, productive, and successful lives, as half of all mental disorders begin by age 14 and 3/4 by age 24. And whereas we encourage our community to obtain needed assistance and treatment for mental health concerns and to recognize that mental health is just as imperative as physical health. And whereas we can achieve our goal by eliminating stigma through increased awareness and education available with courses such as mental health first aid. And whereas MHID and community partners will continuously strive to positively enhance the lives of individuals and ensure those living with mental health concerns know that they are never alone. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim May of 2022 Mental Health Awareness Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I call upon all residents to increase awareness and understanding of mental health, reduce stigma and discrimination, and promote appropriate and accessible services for all those living with mental health concerns. Who does this get?
Okay, so my name is Andrea Kovarik. I'm our mental health service director with MHID. And just to shine a little bit more light on the awareness of mental health in America. So on average, there's 130 people a day that die by suicide. Then from 1999 to 2019, we had 841,000 die from a drug overdose. And less than half of Americans with a mental illness will receive treatment. So it's imperative that we break the stigma and increase awareness surrounding mental health to ensure the safety of our community. As the mayor said, MHID has faithfully served our community for over 50 years by addressing multiple facets of mental illness to over 10,000 persons a year through our more than 30 programs offered. We address a wide array of issues that impact mental health, such as homelessness, housing issues, unemployment, and employment functioning, substance use, addiction issues, criminal justice involvement, educational functioning, youth and adult mental health issues, as well as intellectual and developmental disabilities, and so on. We understand mental illness is not as simple as just prescribing a medication, but by having the person in control of their treatment and addressing the whole person through modalities such as counseling, teaching skills, rehabilitation to sustain growth, and management of symptoms, increasing knowledge of coping skills, employment skills, physical health, housing needs, harm reduction, building natural and community supports, navigating systems of care. We are successful in our mission through the help of our community partners that you see here before you, such as our Corpus Christi Police Department with our CIT officer, Sean Barnes, and Chief of Police, Mike Markle. But also, we have like Crystal Aguilar from Senacor, who helps with the co-occurring issues of mental health and substance use. But also our other partners, like our local probation department with Cheryl Davis, who oversees our specialty caseloads, and our Spawn Health System, who helps to partner and get those that are in need of inpatient care, with Deborah Sines representing. The county and the lawyers and judges who are dedicated and have the same passion as all of us to make a difference in the lives of those who live with mental illness, like Selena here with us today. So we all understand together to continue to stand for those we serve and bring awareness to the daily struggle many face, and with the help of our community, we can help end the stigma surrounding mental illness, eliminate deaths by suicide by letting you know that we are in this together and you do not have to fight this battle alone. So thank you to our City Council and Mayor Guajardo for the efforts and attention that you have brought to the issues and letting the citizens know that you stand with them as well. Thank you.
Good to see you. How are you doing?
Thank you so much.
Okay, good. Okay, wonderful. I'll make sure. Okay. Yes, sir. Right.
I know it's Curly.
Okay. Okay.
You wanna come down here? It's always good to get Save the last for best. The best for last.
Nice.
They will always say the best for last.
Doing right, sir.
The county judge didn't sign that?
Let me go. Do y'all have a Sharpie? No, really, you're gonna. You'll sign it, because that's. She's gonna grab one? Okay, great. It's blank.
Somebody would know this.
Yes, so, a couple of things. You're welcome. Okay, did you get it? Perfect. Okay. Saving the best for last. Okay, y'all are holding it crooked. There we go. Okay. Yes. So today we want to thank you to the Nueces County Commissioner Joe Gonzalez for your help in this project and improving the quality of life for our residents. It is a new day for District 3 as we take a step forward in this reconstruction project. In January, your city council and I approved a $4.9 million construction contract to Raytech Construction Resources for the modification of Junior Beck Drive. This project is currently under construction with an estimated completion date of April of 23. This long overdue project is finally coming to fruition, is in fruition. We were able to fund this project through a $200,000 interlocal cooperative agreement between the city and Nueces County to design and construct or create construction plans. So additional funding was also provided by United States Department of Commerce Economic Development Administration reimbursement grant for $3 million and $1.4 million in Bond 2018 street funds. So once completed, Junior Beck will not only allow effortless road access with a 2-lane roadway, sidewalks, and utility improvements, but it will also enhance economic development by bringing industrial and commercial activity, businesses to local and shops, and job opportunities to the area. So, Councilman Barrera, thank you, because I know this is one of the first projects that was literally passed on for years that finally came to fruition. And you, sir, are the common denominator. So thank you for the partnership. Councilman Barrera, thank you for your efforts in making certain that this actually happened and it was not passed on ever again. Thank you so very much. And Commissioner, I'll let
Sure. Well, first off, I want to acknowledge also Councilman Pusley, because I believe he was on the Commissioner's Court. In addition, and Mayor, I in 2019, what is it? You actually brought this to my attention, so that way. Or when I got right on the council, you brought it to my attention and said, you need to reach out to Commissioner Gonzalez. This has been a pet project of his. And I also want to thank our colleagues that are present also for their unanimous support in getting this project done. And Commissioner, thank you for staying on me.
I'm known for that, but, I just want to thank the mayor, city council for supporting this. Most of all, Councilman Barrera, thank you for sticking with it also and following through. And, but most of all, I'm here today to kind of put a closure to a mission, a dream that Mr. Ortiz, Armando Ortiz had. So today is the closure that the shovel is already on the ground. The money's already been put in the bank. So Mr. Ortiz watching from up here saying, thank you, it's about time. And his wife, Ms. Ortiz, his wife, Ms. Ortiz has been tremendous, and Raul and Luis and all and the family. I think this is really, really a time of joy for the Ortiz family to see this happen. So thank you very much. Again, God bless you, and thank you.
Here you go, Mayor, step in here.
Don't go sell them.
Don't. Good job. Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, Captain Jason. Oh, good to see you. I saw her. There she is.
She was on the news at BD. She did a great spot for Mother's Day. Did you see it? Oh, yeah. Yeah. She was on. It was.
See you. Good to see you, Ben. Yeah, yeah. Okay, wonderful. Well, let's move on down. Yeah. Okay, well, gentlemen, y'all stay here. Here, and y'all, no, you right here, both of you right here, and you guys right there behind them. Yes, sir. Yeah, right there. At ease, at ease, at ease. Okay, so next, we are honored. We are very honored to be able to celebrate this alongside our Navy. This is a congratulations certificate of commendation, very special and extremely important because these are our partners, very, very strong partners and critical partners in not only the city of Corpus Christi, but this entire region. So on behalf of the city of Corpus Christi, I want to congratulate Captain Christopher C. Jason, Commanding Officer at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. Captain Jason achieved first place in the Commander of Naval Installations Command Installation Excellence Awards. The Commander of Naval Installations Command, or the CNIC Installation Excellence Awards, recognizes the top Navy shore commands for installation management, program excellence, and community outreach. CNIC oversees 70 U.S. Navy installations worldwide. For the Installation Excellence Awards, bases are evaluated on several categories, including facilities management, quality of life, environment, energy, property, stewardship, safety, health, and much more. Congratulations to Captain Jason and his NASCC team. And thank you, members of the South Texas Military Task Force, for your continued support of all area military installations. The entire city of Corpus Christi is so proud of your outstanding accomplishments. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you. All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, and thank you, everyone. This means a whole heck of a lot to us, too. And I really think they're recognizing the city, the county, and the state with this. A lot of what impressed senior Navy leadership about our base is the support of the community and some of the innovative partnerships we have with the city, the county, and the states. So I have standing next to me Ben Polak, our Community Plans Liaison Officer. He's the guy on our team responsible for a lot of those initiatives that gain that recognition, and I think they put us over the top for the award, including the DAGs, which a lot of your staff worked so hard for, those state grants, and the IGSA with the county, and just all these initiatives that we have that are non-traditional ways that we're solving problems. And so I'm very honored that the Navy looked at this little base and saw excellence. I saw it when I arrived, and it just feels really good to see it recognized. But it really is a recognition of the entire community. So thank you. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Please step right in there. And Councilman, please step forward just a bit. Mayor. All right, let's squeeze in. Okay, here we go. Thank you. One more.
Okay. Yes.
I want him to meet Captain Jason.
Oh, yes, he's
Test 1 2. Test 1 2 3 4.
Good morning, everyone. I'll go ahead and call this meeting to order. Our invocation this morning will be given by or led by Chaplain Charles Antoine with our Corpus Christi Police Department. Charles?
Let us pray. Father God, we thank you for another opportunity to serve you today. Bless our city leaders, dear God, as they prepare to govern over different issues today. Father, open their hearts and their minds that what must be done here today will be by you, through you, and for you. Bless now our city and all that are in attendance today and their families. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Antoine. And today our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be led by our intern, Robert Barger. He's a city intern working in the finance department. He is a senior at Harold T. Branch Academy. And Robert will be going to or attending the U.S. Naval Nuclear Academy in South Carolina in the fall. So congratulations, Robert.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please join me in honoring the Texas flag. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Robert, and good luck. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez.
Here.
Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Greg Smith.
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley. Here. Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Great, thank you, Ms. Huerta. Today I'm gonna go ahead and move up under first readings. We have item number 21. We're gonna go ahead and move that up in the spirit of time and respect for our guests today. This is an ordinance accepting and appropriating $800,000 grant from the Office of the Governor from the Texas Military Preparedness Commission's Defense Economic Adjustment Assistance Grant, or DEAG, to fund the Clear Zone easement acquisition at the NOLF Cabinets Field. Tammy?
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, Tammy Embry, Director of Intergovernmental Relations. There is a short presentation. I don't know if y'all need to see that. But this is just another continuation of the good news story that we've had over the last several years in partnering with the state of Texas and the Texas Military Preparedness Commission to accomplish great things for our military installations. What this grant will do is allow the city to acquire a navigation easement on the last remaining piece of clear zone property in our city that is not currently owned or controlled by the city or the Navy. You'll remember last February we completed a land swap of land that the city had acquired in the 80s and 90s to protect clear zone and APZs from encroachment of incompatible development. And this is just continuing and protecting that one last piece of clear zone that's not under control. So this will be a great victory when we get this accomplished. And this is just, the ordinance is to allow the city manager to sign the grant contract, and we'll move forward with the real estate transaction shortly thereafter. And that's a map of the area. And as you know, that area is the fast-growing corridor of the city and is in definite high demand, and we want to make sure that it's protected and not developed in a way that would be detrimental to the flight mission.
Right. Okay. Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I just want to thank you, Tammy, city staff, and particularly our legislative delegation that makes the DEAG funds possible. Every 2 years they come up, and our delegation is front and center on there. So thank you, delegation, for doing all of that. I'd like to thank the Navy, Captain Jason. What a great tour you've had here, Ben, and protecting our installation and making it a safe city.
Yes,
Would you like to hear from the captain?
Well said. We are going to open up public comment. Anyone in the audience? Captain Jason, we'd love to hear from you. That would like to make public comment on item number 21. This is the time. Captain Jason.
All right, Captain Christopher Jason, Commanding Officer of Naval Air Station Corpus Christi. Thank you for allowing me to talk about this really important DIAG grant. So I want to thank all the folks that had a lot to do with it. Thank you, Tammy and Ben in particular, for supporting this, and Commissioner Bradford in Austin. So to provide a little context, Cabinets Field for us is the premier outlying field for multi-engine training for the entire Navy. So it's the preferred training facility for pilots that are going to be in the Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and foreign navies and revenue services, you name it. But in particular, if you think of aircraft like the P-8 Poseidon, which is a massively strategic, important aircraft in the era of great power competition, the Osprey used by the Navy and Marines for heavy lift logistics. These are just two examples, C-130s, and there are many others. So that is the field that we do that and train those folks. Protecting clear zones is important for not just, for several reasons. Number one, it provides for us mission assurance. The more we have to adjust or cancel or close flight paths due to incompatible development, we either compromise the training or move the training somewhere else, and either of which can be detrimental. But it's also a matter of public safety, and those two are not mutually exclusive by any means, and we believe they come together harmoniously when we do things like this. So in this situation, preventing incompatible development from these zones is specifically designed to prevent essentially preventable mishaps from hurting civilians who may be otherwise developing under those flight paths in the areas of greatest risk where aircraft traditionally are most vulnerable in the approach path to a runway. So there really is no us and them in this situation. This is an absolute we between the community and the Navy, and it's really great to see this come to fruition, this DIAG, and get that last clear zone protected from incompatible development. So I appreciate your time. I appreciate you allowing me to express what it means to us, and I do know that this body understands what it means to you, and it's just wonderful to see that it means the same thing, and we are in harmony with that. So thank you all.
Thank you, Captain Jason. And it does. And it should also be noted that the governor awarded $15.3 million in grants to 6 communities, and we were one. And if you want to add anything to that, Tammy, that makes it even more spectacular, you can. But that's a very big deal because that proves that our installation here is extremely important. It is not overlooked. 6 communities were awarded some part of $15.3 million, and we were one. So we should be very, and I know we are, but my point is, thank you. We do not underscore or we don't underplay what this means to the region.
Well, we're punching above our weight class at the DIAG process, so we're the model that others are jealous of.
That's very fitting line there for today.
It applies to all DoD installations, and yet we're getting more than our fair share I don't say that as a brag, but really more of a reflection of the importance and the need that we have, and so I'm very grateful that the commission is seeing that appropriately. So
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
The only thing I would add is the investment that the city has put in this. Over the last 6 to 8 years, through state and city dollars, between the DIAG grant, the State Military Revolving Loan Fund, we've invested almost $14 million in our base. Right. So the city has stepped up and really put our money where our mouth is on this issue.
Great, thank you, Tammy. Is there anyone else that would like to make public comment on item number 21 before we close public comment? Okay, there being no further public comment, I will entertain a motion to approve item number 21.
Mayor, I move for approval.
Second.
Okay, great. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Okay, great. Thank you, Captain Jason. Thank you, Tammy. Ben, thank you. Okay, so we will go ahead and get back in order here. So we have the city manager's report. We have 15 minutes.
Okay.
Peter, I think we could.
Yeah, we could.
We'll pause if need be.
Yeah, okay, good.
Sure.
Okay, so the first item we're going to cover today is our second quarter budget and finance report, and the council members should have a copy of the presentation in front of your place. This is the financial report that covers the period of October 1, 2021 through March 31st, 2022. So the first 6 months of our fiscal year. Let's just get this chart. We're going to go to slide 3 when the AV gets the slides up. But when you look at this chart, our general fund revenues, the budget adopted for revenues for the 12 months was $286 million. When we look at how much we thought we would bring in for the first 6 months, that'd be $193 million. And then when we look at the actual for the second quarter, through the second quarter, we're bringing in $3.5 million more than projected. And so we received $196.6 million. You can see some of the variances as 3 primary ones. Our sales tax is $1.5 million better for the first 6 months, which is a good news and good indication of our strong economy. The emergency call revenues from our fire EMS operation is also up by $1.5 million from transports, which is also good news. And then a negative, a less than projected number to highlight is our recreation revenue. That's the after-hour Kids Power program in our Parks Department. And that issue here is CCISD, through the fiscal year, received a grant to provide similar service, and so they've scaled back the services they're getting from the city. And so with Robert Dodd, the new Parks Director, we'll make sure we right-size that program for next fiscal year. And so, but while the revenues are down, the expenditures are commensurately down as well. So it doesn't have an impact on our budget. When we look at the next chart, our general fund expenses, the adopted budget that City Council adopted was $299 million. You can see on this chart it shows $311 million, and that's because of carryover dollars that were added, that were brought over into the new fiscal year for projects that weren't done in 2021. So of the 311, the expenditures that were planned for the first 6 months was 149, just under 150 million. Our second quarter actuals are 128 approximately, about 128 million, which is about 22 million less than the budgeted amount. Normally we're around this area. We like to have more of our dollars spent, which means we're producing and providing those services and one-time initiatives to the community. I'll explain later about some of the issues that are causing a little bit of a higher variance than what we'd normally like to see. And that takes us to that point, which is our general fund initiative. So in our budget, we responded to the council's and the community's desire for more improvements in our community, in particular in our park facilities. We did have 70 budget initiatives that totaled $14.4 million. We know that included 10 additional police officer positions. This would be a total of 20 police officer positions in the last 3 years that we've added, which is a bucking of the national trend. We know that Mayor Guajardo many years ago spearheaded for more police officers. Not only did we add them though, but they're being trained. And this morning I was talking to Chief Markle. We'll probably do 2 classes to have a high number of cadets trained this summer to make sure our positions are all filled. So that's good news as well. So of the 70 budgeted initiatives, 53 are on or ahead of schedule. And then the difference is about 20 or 17 then that are slightly behind schedule. And of that amount, 5 are from our economy that we see today with labor issues and supply chain issues. So 5 of those initiatives that are behind are from personnel, trying to find that right person. And then equipment and supply chain issues are 5 of those budget initiatives. But on the ones, the majority of them are making good progress. We also have a fire academy of 33 cadets that is about to graduate, Chief, is that right? They'll be graduating soon. We also, in our budget, had EMS units and a hazmat unit. And then the downtown area, this uptown Staple Street corridor is looking a lot cleaner because of the litter crew that was included in this budget. That's been in progress. And then we have numerous park improvements as well. Okay, let's look at our other important fund. We know that we're the regional water planner, producer, and distributor in the region, and our water fund is one of our important operations. And so this slide shows our revenues and expenditures. The revenues are slightly below where we thought they would be through the second quarter. You can see the anticipated amount was about 68 million. We're bringing in about 66 million, which is 1.7 less. And that's explained by some of our large water users. So Steel Dynamics in particular is using less water than initially in the first 6 months compared to what we had planned for them to draw from us. So as an example, we thought they would use about 900 million gallons of water in the first 6 months, and they've actually used just 100 million, about 102 million. But that trend's reversing. As they opened up, they're at where they should be today. Also, the city of Alice used less water. They have a reservoir, and they're in a different watershed, so their water situation is not as bad as maybe the rest of Texas, or at least here. And they also drilled some additional wells in their supply system. So those two are resulting in that little less revenue than what we thought we would bring in. On the expense side, we anticipated about 71 million to be spent in the first 6 months, and we're at about 57.3 million, so about a $13.4 million variance. And then we know that we have a wastewater system as well, and so our wastewater system revenues and expenditures are being, for the first 6 months, are being pretty decently received and spent. We anticipated about 40 million in revenue in the first 6 months. And we're bringing in just about 600,000 less than that, about 39.4 million. And then on the expense side as well, we're not over budget, and we're slightly under budget for the first 6 months at 32.6 million in expenses versus the 44.5 where we thought we would be. We just have two other funds here. Both of these funds are good demonstration of our economy, the good barometers of our economic strength here in Corpus Christi. And so in our hotel occupancy tax fund, we have a budget of 16.4 million annually or for this fiscal year. Through the second quarter, for those first 6 months, we anticipated about 5.6 million in receipts, and we actually received 6.6 or collected 6.6. Which is $1 million better than the projections. That's a good indication of strong tourism in our community, with hotel occupancy tax coming in well over budget for those first 6 months. We expect, in working with Brett Otting, our CBB or Visit Corpus Christi director, that we're going to have a really good summer again this year. And then the second fund that we'll look at that tells us how our economy is doing is our Development Services Fund. And so this is where revenues from the development community are paid for services to include review and then inspection to make sure what's built here is built safe with the community. And our second quarter budget for revenues, what we thought we would bring in for the first 6 months was 3.8 million, but we actually brought in 4.7, which is just under $1 million more, which shows strong permit and inspection services requested. In fact, the permits through the second quarter, residential building permits, is almost 10% higher this first 6 months than last year's first 6 months. So good growth in that area. And then finally, in our capital improvement program area, this is where we record the expenses and revenues for capital investment for big projects that improve our infrastructure, including roads and parks and libraries and public safety. I want to highlight our Bond 2020. We know the voters approved this with some record approval ratings almost 15 months ago, back in November 2021. And due to this City Council's willingness to try a new policy and how we secure consultant services for design services, engineering services, right now 100% of all those bond program projects, all 42, are in design. Now, that's great news. As you'll see, we're still working on some 2012 bond program projects, which is a decade old. So this new approach is working, and it's working well. 100% of projects are in construction. There's a few that are in design. There's a few that are in construction today, and the forecast is that by this November, 2 years since the voters approved it, 24 projects, more than half, will be in construction. So by this November, more than half of all the bond program projects will be in construction, which is tremendous for our community. We know that recently with our finance team, we closed out a bunch of old bond programs. So we're just working on our 2014 and 2012 bond programs, as well as the 2020. And then as we are the regional water planner, producer, and supplier, I thought it'd be important to highlight three projects in our water delivery area. So we have some dam projects that are underway, Choke Canyon infrastructure improvements. And we know City Council approved that contract for a multi-million-dollar contract, as well as the Wesley Seal Gate rehabilitation and dewatering system. Those are in design, and two of our main reservoirs that are here in the Corpus Christi region. So in summary, we are in a very strong financial position. It's very similar to our first quarter. Both revenues are coming in better than planned, and expenditures are below budget. We want to make sure we do spend. I encourage our directors about that pretty frequently, because it's about getting those services out to the community. Our water and wastewater revenues were slightly under budgeted amounts, and our spending is less than the budgeted amounts as well. And then our HUT revenues and development services revenues are well in excess of the planned amount for the first 6 months, which are good indications, as well as our sales tax above budget number as well. Good indications that our economy is very strong here in Corpus Christi. So some of our next steps for our financial planning and forecasting is the actual publishing of our second quarter financial report. We know that here, that City Council and our business operations is very transparent with the community. We do things in open and very transparent. And the city has a long history of placing these financial documents on our website. And so this presentation that I have today, as well as the actual financial report that will be distributed to council later today, is placed on our website for the community for them to have access to it. Keeping in line with the City Council's guiding principle of transparency and openness with the community. And then some of our next steps include in July, actually over the next several months, we'll be developing the next year's budget, the fiscal year 23 budget. That'll be presented to City Council by me on July 26th, that last business meeting in July. And then we'll be back here on our third quarter budget and finance report on August 9th and present that to City Council as well. So, Mayor, that concludes the financial update. It's a very robust and a positive story for our community, and demonstrates this organization's focus on strong financial management, but also on delivery of critical services and programs to the community. And with that, Mayor, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, I think we have Councilman Pusley, and then we'll go back. Peter will do public comment and come back to you.
Okay, that's good.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I wonder if I could ask Chief Markle a question real quickly. Chief, on a daily basis, if you were fully staffed and fully employed and had enough vehicles, how many police officers could we expect to see on the streets of Corpus Christi doing patrols? And I know you have police officers doing a lot of other things, but patrolling officers, what would that number look like?
Well, on shift, our goal right now is 220 officers assigned to patrol shifts. Now there's a gang unit, there's a traffic unit, there's a direct patrol unit, so close to 300 in uniform is
okay.
a little under three-quarters of our staff.
But just traffic, normal traffic policing, you'd be about 220 officers.
220 assigned to shifts.
Assigned to shifts, okay. In a utopian world, what would that number look like?
World?
If you had what you think is needed for a city of this size, what would that number look like?
We're very creative. I'll start out with that. We're very creative in our policing. We do have civilians that file large number of misdemeanor cases and those, so we've taken some pressure off. But in the utopian world, we do want to be in the 1.8 to 2.0 officer per 1,000 capita range. So reality, we need 600 plus officers. If we're going to keep up with a growing city, we do well. We do well now. We need to grow. Our city manager, our council, our mayor have all recognized. Y'all have that we need to grow. And I'll throw this caveat in. we can only recruit and train so many. You could give me 100 officers tomorrow, and I won't have 100 additional officers in the next, 5 to 10 years.
Right.
It'll take that long to hire turnover attrition every year, or 15, or whatever it is you give. The competition is great amongst qualified individuals, and it's an arduous task to grow academies and to train them, larger and larger. You saw that we were stuffed in our little academy with 51 that we were allowed to put in there this last year. Graduated 40. We always average about 20% loss attrition in an academy. So the new facility is going to help tremendously. It's going to give greater opportunity. That's year and a half, couple years down the road, maybe, Peter.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But we're not there. We have never been there. So.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Chief. I appreciate that, and you and your officers do a great job, and we sincerely appreciate all that you do and your sacrifices that you make. But we're going to be talking about, our next bond package, and public safety has a part of that, and I just want to get an idea of where we are with respect to patrol officers and what you think you need for the future.
So our per capita rate's 1.37 to 1.4. It's a little low.
Mm-hmm.
And need to bump that up. But that we all recognize that. And
Yeah.
I'm not trying to be despairing toward anybody or anything. It's just where we are.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Okay.
and I appreciate the conversation about growth.
Okay.
Always.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you,
Appreciate
Chief
it.
Martha.
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. Okay, so with that, we're going to go ahead and go to public comment. Mr. Zanoni, and we'll come back to your report. Let's see, so Mr. Risley is missing in action. There he is. Mr. Risley, would you please go over the rules of decorum?
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate. Loud, boisterous, profane, or obscene language or behavior is not allowed.
Thank you. Oh, thank you, Mr. Risley. So I'll be calling people in order in which you signed up electronically. In-person public comments will be taken first, followed by virtual public comment. Corpus Christi residents will be allowed to speak before non-residents. And for those commenting in person, I'd like to remind you that recording is being made of the meeting. Please speak into the microphone located at the podium and state your name and address before speaking. If you choose to speak during this public comment period regarding an item on the agenda, you may do so, but when that council item comes up on the agenda, you would not be able to speak at that time. Citizen comments are limited to 3 minutes. Non-resident comments are limited to 1 minute. And for those commenting in person, there is a timer underneath the base of the microphone. It will let you know exactly how much time you have left to speak. Once the buzzer goes off, we ask that you kindly wrap up your comments. And if you have a petition or any information that you'd like to give to the council, if you'll please give that to our city secretary, to my right, Rebecca Huerta, and she will hand that out to us. So with that, we'll start with Becky Moeller. Is Becky Moeller here? No. Okay, so Becky Moeller is not present. Ricardo Elizondo. Mr. Elizondo, welcome.
Mayor, Councilman, Mayor, thank you for speaking to me last week, or you took the time to call me, and I thank you that. I know it's a thankless job. I live at 723 5th Street. I've lived there approximately 15 years.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, better.
I thought I could probably talk louder. I've lived in that neighborhood since 22 years, okay? I bought a property from the Tinkers, Bonnie Tinker, 2 lots on Fulton, whatever they say, Furman Street. And after looking at my back lot, I decided not to build a $500,000 house there, okay? I just said, hey, I'm never getting my money back. But I had some friends across the street that own quite a bit of real estate. So I bought 15 houses from them, which I thought at that time would have been a good investment. My sister was my partner. It wasn't a good investment. It has not been a good investment. She gave me her half back 2 years ago. She said, you know what? You run it at a loss. Yeah, you haven't evicted anybody, never filed any eviction papers. But certainly, you had some people that took you for a ride. And she said, you can have it back. And, you know, I love this city. I came here when I was 15 years old. I got a degree from the university where you could afford to get a degree for $156 a semester. That's impossible now. But I feel the city has neglected where I live at now. I've lived in the house 15 years. In 1970, I met a lady on that street who owned that house, Mrs. Smith, a very nice lady. She gave me a tour of the house that I live in now. She has some beautiful rose garden, a beautiful rose garden. But you know what? I distinctly remember she was unhappy with the street. And I'm probably more unhappy with the lack of money that the city has thrown at that street. I talked to my neighbor across the street, Mary. She's lived there since she was a kid. She's 75 years old. Coleman Street has been overlaid 2 times. It was overlaid over a base of cement. And I had that conversation with her and her husband 10 years ago. And she was wondering when they're going to do it, okay? Her husband died already. I hope that at some point before I die, you would see the wisdom to put some money on my street. Basically, my sister and I spent about $500,000 acquiring that property. I put another $1 million. It's probably worth $700,000, okay? Not a good investment. But part of it, on where half my property's at, which is 6th Street, I don't have curbs and gutters. I actually have a water basin under each of my houses. When it floods, when it rains and floods, I actually pump out the water into the street that doesn't have curbs and gutter. It's taller. So I would ask that you reconsider and you put some sidewalks, at least on the south side for the kids that walk there, and pave and put gutters on the rest of Coleman Street. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you, Paulette. Thank you for calling me back.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Elizondo. Alyssa Mejia.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Mejia, and I live at 41 Camden Place. I'm commenting as Chair of PRAC on the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee about the new Parks and Rec Master Plan that you reviewed recently, and you'll have a chance to fully approve later this month. PRAC passed a unanimous motion of support for the plan. We felt it was professionally done. One overriding comment that I've heard from PRAC members is the hope that going forward, the plan will really be used as a guiding document. The number one piece of public feedback that came out of the master planning process and the number one goal within the plan's final draft is pedestrian and bicycle connectivity for the park system. That was actually also the number one public feedback from the previous master planning cycle in 2012. Improvements were made, but looking at the last decade of change, it doesn't feel obvious that connectivity has been a top planning priority. PRAC has not been given access to the current budgeting or bond drafting cycle, which we used to be a part of, but I hope that the upcoming budget for Park and Rec will reflect the priorities of the new master plan. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Okay, and then I think we have 2 WebEx or phone calls.
Mayor, Mr. Gordy, you see him on the list?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Gordy, goodness, shame on me, I'm sorry. Your turn. Sorry, I didn't see it here.
My name is Jack Gordy, and I live at 4118 Bray Drive. I'm here for the same thing that I've been coming here for over and over and over, asking the city council to do what you're supposed to do and make sure that the city staff does what they're supposed to do. I requested some information, public information. I wanted to know why the price of a DVD went from $3.50 or $3.75 to $97.50. I've been getting them for quite a while, and I've been paying $3.50, $3.75. I requested a copy of the DVD of the council meeting, and they tell me it's going to cost me $97.50. And I asked why the price went up, and they refused to answer. They tell me they don't have to answer why it went from $3.50, $3.75 to $97.50. they don't have to answer it. I got the letter right here that the assistant city attorney said they don't have to answer that question. Well, I'm going to see what the Texas Attorney General said. I sent them 5 different letters, 5 different people at the Texas Attorney General, asking them to investigate the city and see why the city refuses to answer a public information request and why the price of the DVDs went up. I'm asking this city council to find out why the price went up. There's no excuse for it. If there is an excuse, they should tell me what the excuse is. So I'm waiting for an answer in the city. I've asked them right there to investigate the city.
Okay.
Because the city refuses to answer my question. It's a simple public information request. And nobody can't tell me that it's not a public information request, because I know it is. And they refuse to answer it.
Mr. Gordy, I think we should answer that for you now. Mr. Risley.
A download link on the letter is provided that allows the item requested to be downloaded for free.
Okay, I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
A link was provided in the letter, in the cost letter, that indicated that the material could be downloaded for free.
Mr. Gordy, but I really want Mr. Gordy, this has been explained?
Yes.
Does he know that? I mean,
Yes.
I don't know if he heard us, but he walked out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, the download
Has that
link.
been sent to him in writing?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, the download link was clearly, it was in the first letter. It is a free access to the material that was requested.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Mr. Risley. Okay, now we'll go to the.
Ready, Mayor? Okay, so we do have 2 WebEx phone callers. The first one is Christopher Phelan. Mr. Phelan?
Hi there, Chris Phelan, 38 Street, Kingston Avenue. I'm sorry, to come with you guys every week, but we came and talked to y'all about crypto. I'm getting so much feedback on this call, I can't even. Here we go. We came and talked to you about crypto and about how it was going to raise the price of electricity here in Corpus Christi. We came and talked to you in March. When that came out, in March 2026 is when I found out about it. We came and talked to you in that next meeting. We opposed it. We said it was going to raise our electricity bills. And sure enough, on April 3rd, AEP was asking for a rate increase. And you knew on April 11th about that rate increase. And when I went on April 12th and told you that they were going to raise our rates, y'all sat on that. Y'all knew about it. The city manager knew about it. He sits over there and says that y'all are being transparent. There's nothing transparent about that. You're going to oppose the rate increase for people inside of Corpus Christi. Well, AEP, you're asking them to add the equivalent of 270,000 homes onto our grid. And then you're taking away the franchise taxes and the taxes that those crypto miners would be paying to support the grid. Then they're going to enter into an agreement with ERCOT, and they're going to be paid to shut off their crypto mining with the money that we pay to maintain the grid, for the grid infrastructure. That is what y'all have entered into. And y'all increased the industrial district 71 acres closer to a junior high school, a church, and a bunch of people's homes without even telling them. It's exactly what we said it was going to be. And y'all hid the fact. That's just unbelievable. We have signed on to comments to the Biden administration against this big old crypto scam. Crypto has lost $14,000 since y'all started that. Since you started that, crypto lost $14,000. You don't take it for your water bills. You don't take it for utilities. But here you've got us investing in it. And that's what this boils down to. And you've got to get a hold of the Port Commission. We asked you for the People's Port. We asked you to elect people to the Port Commission that did not have conflicts of interest, and you ignored us. And look at the amount of trouble that you're in. And the trouble is just going to increase as long as y'all stick with this desal nonsense. We're not going to pay $500 million for that.
Mr. Phelan?
And
thank you
I'm
very
just telling
much.
you, and I don't mean to be rude.
Thank you, Mr. Phelan.
And I have other work to do because we are opposed.
Okay, so next we have Melissa Zamora. Ms. Zamora?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Okay. My name is Melissa Zamora. I live at 3917 Bronner Parkway. This public comment is for all the people who can't make it in person or by phone because of work. This is for the elements of this land. This is for my ancestors. Regarding climate and environmental justice in this town, starting first on desalination, we saw recently how the port has been deceiving and deceived you, going against putting it out there and even giving communication. Y'all, we heard it from y'all, so thank you for finally seeing that the port is here for their own agenda and not for the city. I did hear some comments made at the last city council meeting about how certain places, like in Harbor Island or on the island, that those bodies of water are biological pathways. But I'm here to say that no body of water is better or should be treated better than the other. That if we're not here able to accept desalination in Corpus Christi Bay, which is totally a bad idea in so many different ways, environmentally and economically, that it's not okay for the Gulf of Mexico either. We should be curtailing industry, first of all, that they use millions of gallons of water a day. Some industries using more than our entire city uses in one day. That needs to be controlled and monitored more closely. A water conservation mandate is needed, not just for residents, but for businesses and schools, places that have large rooftops. There should be incentives for those people to conserve water. Save water for the people and not for private corporations that give chump change and handouts to nonprofits instead of paying their fair share of taxes, which would help us all. Where is the city's climate action plan? We are a coastal city that is already seeing the effects of climate change. Drought's going to get worse. Hurricanes are projected to get worse. The planet is warming. We are not immune to this. We need to create a plan. I know that I've heard other public folks come up and mention this, and they'd like to partner with y'all. I would suggest that you reach out to them to start to figure out a plan of what we're going to do to address climate change. Where is the city's compost program? That was supposed to be done last year. Bootstrap Energy and their crypto IDA was approved faster than the composting facility that should have already been up and running. That could help us curb our methane emissions and so much more. I'm such an advocate for that. We're really excited for that to happen. We need you to be better advocates for our people and planet and less for the private corporate entities that wreak havoc on our local land, water, and air and affect the planet. Please listen to our calls and take some action.
Thank you, Ms.
We're going to
Zamora.
come back every time, and we're planning on our own with what we can, but we could really use your help.
Thank you very much, Ms. Zamora. I appreciate it. Okay, Mayor, that concludes the public comment period.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Mr. Zanoni, would you like to continue?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Okay, we do want to recognize a valuable staff member in this next item on my city manager report, and that staff member we know well, Billy Delgado, and he's here with us this afternoon. Billy, thank you. Billy Delgado, for those of you who don't know, is the city's Emergency Operations Management Coordinator. And we're highlighting him today because recently he received 2 awards. One was the Torch Bearer Award by the West Side Business Association. They had a nice luncheon last week, Tuesday. And then a week prior to that, he received and was honored with the Outstanding Community Leader by the League of United Latin American Citizens. So 2 awards in 2 weeks, and that's too good, right, Billy? So good job. So Billy, he's dedicated 33 years to our great city, the city of Corpus Christi, and he's served in various capacities. Most recently, for the past 10 years, he has been the Emergency Management Coordinator. And during that time, he has activated our Emergency Operations Center over 100 times, and 58 of those because of severe weather, including our extreme weather event we had last February, and tropical storms Nicholas and 2 hurricanes, Harvey and Hannah. And I must add that most of those times were at night when we were activating the EOC, and Billy was always there. In our world, Billy is known as the man who never sleeps, right, Billy, during those events. Of course, after them, we make sure he goes home to get caught up in his sleep. But so he does protect our community. He makes sure our citizens are safe during these extreme weather events and other events. He helps to raise community awareness and coordinates all emergency response efforts with other local jurisdictions, with the state, and with federal agencies as well. Billy has served on numerous capacities in state boards to include the State Emergency Management Professional Development Work Group. He's worked in the State Disability Task Force Committee. He's worked in the State Emergency Assistance Registry Committee, and currently he's serving on the executive committee for the Texas Emergency Management Advisory Group. So, Billy, we want to thank you. We know you were recognized by a large group of the community, but I wanted to highlight you this morning and say thank you for the work that you do. Yep. And then Mayor and Council, this Saturday, we know that the Mayor recently announced that May is Mental Health Awareness Month. And this Saturday, as part of our Safe Unfit at the Bayfront, we're going to focus on that, on mental and physical health. So this Saturday, there'll be a mental and physical awareness 5K and 10K event. And also there'll be a walk and talk with professionals at Cole Park Pier and the Plaza. Just as a reminder, the Safe Unfit initiative was established 2 years ago, and it still happens every Saturday, weather permitting, and it still has a very large draw from the community. Normally it's at the Water's Edge Park, but because of the Buck Days parade that'll be there this Saturday, we've moved this Saturday's event to Cole Park Pier and Plaza. So the 5K and 10K walk and talk will spotlight Mental Health Awareness Month. We invite everybody to come out and talk about mental health awareness and also get in shape. The 5K, 10K, we want to thank State Representative Todd Hunter of Corpus Christi. He's sponsoring that race. He sponsored many of these 5, 10Ks in the past 2 years. That event begins at 7:30 at Cole Park Pier Plaza. So Representative Hunter, we want to thank you for that. And then we'll also have walk and talk for mental and physical health awareness event. That'll be at 7:30 to 8:30 on the plaza itself. And therapist Tim Tate, along with other therapists and licensed counselors, will help answer individuals' questions on mental health awareness. Our other classes will be there as well. We want to thank Victor Betancourt, who is our lead producer of the Safe Unfit. And also thank HEB, who continues to provide food and water and other refreshments during the event. Okay, and then just 2 more other quick items, Mayor. Just a quick update on the Cole Park and the Labonte Park master plans. So we know that as part of the budget, these 2 important parks had funding to do a small master plan to help design and guide the construction of many amenities that'll be coming to these parks. So the Cole Park master plan is being designed so we can place the splash pad that was included in the budget. They're looking at the Cole Park amphitheater, the boardwalk along the water, They're looking at improving trails for walking so that they're more connected and have some type of a circular circumference or continual trail. We're looking at vehicular and pedestrian circulation as well. And then we're looking at signage. We're also working with Councilman Molina and the Port of Corpus Christi to add interpretive signage that'll be designed by our coastal bend bays and estuaries that'll highlight some of the local wildlife that you can see right there at Cole Park and in the bay. The plan also will include the renovation of a small beach that's actually there to kind of the northern section of the park. We're looking at additional restrooms that are closer to the pier and grading and landscaping improvements as well. And then also one thing that we're looking at there that we're looking at in many of our parks is better shade, more tables and barbecue type facilities, barbecue pits. So, of course, we won't be able to do all this work in one event or bond program, but at least we'll have a plan. We have no plan right now for Cole Park. It's been kind of just developed along the way. It's a beautiful park, one of our signature ones. But this master plan will help us in moving forward over the next years on how we can improve it. We will be working with council members on this when we have a plan to show. We saw an initial draft from the architect that's doing it, a local firm, Levy-Dykema. And soon we'll be meeting with Councilman Molina, it's in his district, as well as the mayor and our 3 at-large council members to get your input on the master plan. So this is a real good master plan. It looks real nice. Even the initial concepts from Levy-Dykema, who've done an outstanding job in understanding the park and understanding what we want there. We also have a master plan being done for a park in our north side of the city in City Council District 1, the Labonte Park Master Plan. This one is also exciting in that this park is planned or scheduled to double its footprint. So today, the Labonte Park is one of the first things you see when you drive into the city, coming south on 37. And it has a unique freshwater, saltwater transition there at the Nueces River. Very popular fishing and camping and just outdoor destination. It does serve the city, but primarily folks from Calallen and Annabelle frequent that park quite a bit for its beauty and its amenities. During the budget process, the City Council approved a significant policy approval, a policy goal, which is to demolish the former Cunningham water plant facilities that's been dormant or vacant since, I guess, the 80s, so many decades. And what that will do is that 40 acres that's also connected to the 40-acre park will be programmed into being outdoor space, and that'll double the footprint of the park from 40 to 80 acres. And the initial concepts of the park include additional trail circulation, improved signage, a kayak launch. Councilman Lerma has talked to me about that many times in his time on council. There'll be additional camping ground facilities, a spot for recreational vehicles where they can plug in electricity and have waste disposal as well. And then, of course, we'll have the 80 acres all connected in one. So just like Cole Park, this is in very much draft format today, done by the local architect firm, Levy-Dykema. And once it's to a point where we can begin to show council members, we'll be working with Councilman Lerma in his district, also Councilman Pusley, who does a good job representing that side of the town as well. We'll visit with the other at-large council members and the mayor, and any other council member that may want to review these before we show them to you in a council meeting. So that's just an update on that. We did send you a memo on that soon. We think in the next couple of weeks, we'll have something to begin to work with the council members on, and then the goal is to have them completed before August of this year. So good news there. And then the final thing, Mayor, I know you acknowledged this in your ceremonial items at 11 o'clock, but I did want to highlight National Police Week as well for some of the audience that may not have seen our 11 o'clock highlights from the mayor. But this week, we want to honor our law enforcement officials who have made the ultimate sacrifice to serve our community by recognizing them during National Police Week. And that week is observed Sunday, May 15, this coming Sunday, through Sunday, May 21. It's been in existence, this observation week, since 1962. President Kennedy issued the first proclamation for Peace Officers Memorial Day and National Police Week to remember honored law enforcement officers for their services and sacrifice. Peace Officers Memorial Day falls on May 15 every year, but it specifically honors law enforcement officers who have died in the line of duty or who became disabled in the line of duty. It's also a great time to allow law enforcement supervisors and citizens to gather to pay homage to those who gave the ultimate sacrifice, which is their life, for ours or in protecting our lives. Fallen officers who have served within Nueces County will be remembered. This is one final note. Will be remembered tomorrow, May 11th at 9 o'clock at Nueces County Police Officers Memorial, at a Police Officers Memorial ceremony inside the Nueces County Courthouse. We know that just outside the courthouse entrance, there's a fallen officers memorial there that actually Councilman Pusley helped to design and get the funding to construct. So the event takes place inside, it says here, but there'll probably be some activities right outside that memorial as well. So that's tomorrow, May 11 at 9 o'clock. We want to encourage everybody to attend then if they can. We also want to put this graphic up and just encourage everybody to just pause for a moment for the fallen officers in our Corpus Christi Police Department who have given their lives to protect others. These are the lists of our officers who have fallen in that line of duty. Okay, and Mayor, that concludes the city manager report for today.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. That will put us at section G, which is our board and committee appointments. Ms. Huerta?
Thank you, Mayor. We do have two appointments today, or two boards to appoint to today. The first is the Board of Adjustment. And there's one vacancy on the board. Staff is recommending the realignment of one of the alternate members. There are two alternate members into that vacant slot.
Okay.
So the two alternate members are Robert Reyna or Brandon Croson. Okay, so we have on the board itself, we do have 7 members, right? There's 2 members who serve as alternates, so they only serve if one of the regular members is out just to meet quorum. So what we were thinking is we'll go ahead and move one of those individuals into a permanent slot now, since they do obviously want to serve on the board. That's a practice that we've done with other boards in the past, is just go ahead and make one of those alternates a regular member. Yes. Mm-hmm. But for now, that's the recommendation, is to go ahead and move one of those alternates into the regular slot, into a regular slot.
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Robert Reyna.
Okay.
Are either of the applicants here today? If you are, could you please stand or raise your hand?
I don't think so, sir, but
Thank
you
you.
never know. Okay, are there any other nominations besides Mr. Reyna?
Move to appoint.
Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and then the last board is the Transportation Advisory Commission. We do have 3 vacancies. 2 individuals are seeking reappointment, and they are Brandon Harridge and Judy Telge, and their attendance rates are before you.
I move to reappoint the
Second.
2 that.
Okay.
Okay. And Ms. Huerta, I would ask that, let's see, Jeff, Doug. Would we be able to extend just to try and get a little bit more diversity?
Yes,
In
ma'am.
our pool?
For the vacant position?
Yeah, for the vacant one.
Yes, we can postpone for further recruitment
Okay.
for diversity purposes, as you point out, Mayor.
Thank you.
But we do have a motion and a second on the floor to reappoint The two individuals, Mr. Harridge and Ms. Telch. So if we could take a vote on that. that
Yes,
would be
yes,
good.
of course. Yes. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and as the mayor requested, we'll come back with that third, that last vacancy when we do some further recruitment. That concludes the board appointments, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, so that will take us to our consent agenda items 2 through 13. Do we have any requests from council members to pull any items 2 through 13? Item numbers 11, 12, and 13. Okay, any others, gentlemen? Okay, there being none others, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items number 11, 12, and 13.
Move to approve.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 11 is a motion authorizing the amendment number 2 to a professional services contract with Hanson Professional Services for the design, bid, and construction phase services for the off-site drainage ditch improvements on North Lexington Boulevard from Leopard to Hoskins. Period.
And Mayor, I ask that that be pulled simply because I need to abstain from voting on that
Okay.
item.
I see.
I own property on Lexington Boulevard, so I will abstain.
Okey doke, all right.
Mayor, I move for approval.
Thank you. Councilman Lerner, you have a question? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. Jeff, I just want to say thanks for this because this is a long time coming. This area, when we get 2 inches of rain, 3 inches of rain, that entire trailer park area back there in the back is underwater completely. And I'm glad to see that we've listened to the residents there and we've listened to the business owners that are in that area to be able to, instead of us just paving a new street, making it look nice and pretty and all that, that we're going to actually address the big issue, which is the drainage part. So I gladly say thank you to you and your crews for looking into that and let's getting this thing fixed.
Yeah, by way of explanation for folks that aren't familiar with that, we started out on that path where we were doing the road project, and then we learned from some property owners there that there were flooding problems, and when we started investigating, we realized that really this problem originates way off-site. You have some bottlenecks downstream that are causing problems, and to further complicate it, we've got a ditch that crosses a 42-inch water transmission main that is in the way, so it's a little bit involved to address, but we're going to try and debottleneck those downstream constrictions.
Mr. Hernandez, do you have a comment?
No, I think he just explained it. I was asking him to explain
Great. Yes.
the reason why we're adding the amount. Why
Is it because we have to do some off-site work that was beyond the project limits that were originally contemplated?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. Do we have a second?
And I second that motion.
Second, okay. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 12 is a resolution authorizing 1 year of a 28-year Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries Program interlocal agreement regarding adoption and implementation of the Coastal Bend Bays Plan with city contribution of $75,000 annually. Councilman Pusley, you pulled the item. Do you have a comment?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. The only reason I pull this is I just want to recognize the great work that Bays and Estuaries does in this community.
Yes.
I see my good friend Ray Allen in the back, and when I was on the Commissioner's Court, Ray and his staff came to our rescue many times when we lacked the funding to do some well-defined projects, and I know they do that for the city as well.
Yes.
And Mr. Zanoni, I would encourage as we adopt the planning for some of these parks that we're doing, that we reach out to Ray and his staff. They can be of great help in recommendations on how we should be cognizant of the wildlife and birding and things that are in that area, and it's very important.
Okay, good idea. Thank you,
Yes.
Councilman.
You bet.
Thank you for pulling that.
Thank you very much. And Mayor, with
Councilman.
that, I would move that we approve this
Yes,
item.
and I know they've been
Second.
waiting for this for a while, so thank you. We have a motion. Oh, Mr. Hernandez, yes. No, Mr. Hernandez has a comment.
All right, just a quick comment here. I understand we're funding the Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries, but I don't want it to be considered something that if we're doing something wrong, that you can't oppose us. Make sure you have full carte blanche to say if we're doing something wrong, environmentally or, with the habitats or anything, please let us aware of it. Don't think that this is something over your head with funding. I want to make sure that you understand that I want to hear from Coastal Bend Bays and Estuaries when the city's doing something wrong. Okay? Thank you.
I'm going to rephrase that for you. Okay? Thank you for your service, and any recommendations are always welcome. We have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
I like the way I said it better.
I do. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And the last item pulled, item number 13, is a resolution to authorize intervention in the Public Utility Commission of Texas docket number 53451, application of AEP Texas to amend its distribution cost recovery factor.
And Mayor,
Mr. Presley.
I also asked this to be pulled because I think it's very important for us to recognize that
Yes.
we are in opposition to these rate increases that have been submitted, and that the council is going to vote to affirm that.
Right, absolutely.
So-
And Mr. Zennini, would you like to comment on?
I just want to comment that the Bitcoin operation that was referenced earlier is not in operation yet, so these rates have nothing to do with the cryptocurrency company that just moved into unincorporated parts of our county. But this is something that annually we have the right to do, which is oppose rate increases. Generally, AEP has an annual rate adjustment. This is being mindful of our ratepayers in our community. And so we generally oppose these as a lengthy process. Now, if council approves this, that'll be triggered. Miles, who helps to oversee the AP rates, has legal teams and other teams that help us, and we'll report back to council on the ultimate decision by AP and others that get involved in this. Thank you, Mayor.
And we gave
Yes,
no
sir.
abatements to the Bitcoin operation whatsoever.
Right.
Right, correct, Councilman.
Okay, I just wanted to make
Great.
that clear. So I would move we approve this.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll move on to Section K, Public Hearings, items 14 through 16. Item number 14 is a zoning case number 0322-04, Corpus Christi Island Apartment Vias Management and Thomas Weber LLC, located in District 3.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. Nina Nixon-Mendez, Assistant Director of Development Services. The rezoning case before you is case number 0322-04. The applicants are Corpus Christi Island Via Management Group, LLC, and Thomas Weber, LLC. The property is located on Weber Road near Saratoga Boulevard in District 3 and is 1.713 acres in size. And the rezoning request is from RM1 Multifamily District to RM3 Multifamily District. The purpose of the request is to allow for increased density intended for multifamily affordable housing. The project is a 9% tax credit development for renters with household incomes at or below 60% of the area median income. And the applicants proposed to construct 58 units. Council did support the project with a resolution on February the 15th with their application to the Texas Department of Housing and Community Affairs for tax credit project. With respect to the adjacent uses, to the north is the Summit Church, place of worship. To the south are commercial uses, zone CG2, General Commercial District. To the east are multifamily residential uses, the Latitude Apartments, they are zoned RM1 district. And to the west is a vacant property currently being developed as an apartment complex and zoned RM1. The proposed rezoning is inconsistent with the future land use map, which designates the area as commercial. However, the South Side Area Development Plan does consider high-density residential use compatible with commercial uses. And the project is not located within the ACUS. With respect to public notification, 5 notices were mailed inside the 200-foot buffer and 5 notices mailed outside. 0 notices were returned in favor and 0 in opposition. With respect to our analysis and recommendation, although future land use proposes commercial uses, adjacent properties are zoned for multifamily, and the proposed zoning is generally consistent with many broader elements of the comprehensive plan. The proposed zoning supports funding initiatives for affordable housing, and the project provides diversity in housing types. The Planning Commission recommended approval on March 23rd, and staff recommends approval. And I stand by for questions.
Okay, I don't see any questions, Nina. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and open public hearing. Is there any public comment that would like to be made on item number 14? Okay, I will close public hearing. Is the applicant here? No? Okay. I'll close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve. Oh, Councilman Barrera, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to thank staff and, with the, here and particularly with the challenges that, or I shouldn't say, not necessarily the challenges, the concern over the Navy. And, this is the TWHCA project that will most likely be awarded the tax credits. So once again, it's another project, and I appreciate, the support of my colleagues because we've been able to get a lot of affordable housing done, and hopefully there's another, shall we say, challenge property across the street. This dresses up the neighborhood, and that way we've got some additional investment out there. So with that, I move for approval.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 15 is zoning case number 0322-06, Bacon and Beef, LLC.
Mayor, I would like to make a motion that we approve items number 15 and 16 as
Together.
submitted by staff.
That's a great motion.
But we need public hearings too, Mayor, on those items, just.
Okay, so do we need to hear,
Yeah, we can do but please just say that you're going to hold public hearings on 15 and 16 as well.
right, but do we need to hear the
presentation?
If we're ready to approve them?
Is there anybody in the public here who wants to speak on it?
Oh.
If not, then you could you don't
Open
need the
public hearing.
presentation. Yeah.
Okay, then I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing for item number 15 and 16, which are both, zoning case number 0322-06, as well as zoning case number 0322-05. And both are rezoning properties. First one located at or near 817 South Staple Street. Second one is located at or near 805 Park Avenue.
Oh, is she here?
So I'll go ahead and open public hearing.
Very quickly, hello, Mayor and council members.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm Sylvia Gomez Budd, and I would be very appreciative if the council would approve 805 Park Avenue for a historic landmark designation. And if there are any questions, I'd like to take them.
Thank you. Well, Mrs. Budd, I'd like to thank you for being here because this is very important. And I thought it is history. And in looking at and reading everything that was in our agenda packet regarding the building you own and everything that your family, has really preserved on your own is we're grateful. So thank you for taking the time to be here and to allow us to hear your voice and your support.
Thank you. There's so many historic homes in the South Bluff area, and I'd like to see a lot of historic landmark designations for those homes as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mrs. Budd. Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment and entertain a motion to approve item number 15 and 16.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. That'll take us to section L, individual consideration items numbers 17 and 18. Item number 17 is a resolution to develop a budget in the amount of $125 million for bond 2022 with no tax increase. With no tax increase. Said it twice just to make sure. With no tax increase. 3 times, yes, exactly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and Council. We'll stand by for the presentation. While we're waiting for the presentation, I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Assistant City Manager Neiman Young, and I'm also accompanied by our financial advisors, Estrada Hinojosa. Today, we would like to walk you all through the staff's recommendation for the Bond 2022 program. The City of Corpus Christi has biannually approved and implemented 2-year general obligation bonds programs that consist of citywide infrastructure projects that are approved by our voters. For 2022, the city staff recommends council take the same approach. For Bond 22, we are recommending council authorize planning for $125 million. We have spoken with bond counsel, who is here today, to field any questions, and we're confident that we can secure this funding, as the mayor stated, with no property tax rate increase. Again, no property tax rate increase. To explain about our ability to do that, I'm going to invite Estrada Hinojosa, representative, to the podium, and they can walk you all through our financial numbers.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My name is Paul Jack. I'm with Estrada Hinojosa. We serve the city as their financial advisor. So on the slide in front of you, as mentioned, we have been working over several months with the city manager and staff on developing what we believe is a financially sustainable amount of new GO debt capacity without changing the debt service property tax rate. So on the slide in front of you, when we develop the model and we look at the capacity that is available, we're also taking into account other debt that the general fund will be supporting or issuing. And so the snapshot of the model on the slide you're looking at also looks at the additional debt, which is the existing 2022 GO bond authorization, the $75 million that was approved in 2020, as well as other certificate of obligations that the city has planned in the CIP program over the next several years. So the table at the bottom of the page shows by year the debt that we're looking at that the city would be issuing. And so you can see in 2022 and 2023, that's the existing 2020 authorization of GO bonds. And then there's some COs that are planned in the CIP program for those 2 years. And then the new bonds, if authorized by the voters, of $125 million, would then fit into the profile starting in 2024 and 2025. So we model debt service for all these bond financings that you see in this table, and our model indicates that there would not be a need for a property tax increase related to the debt service of the bonds. There are a number of assumptions that go into that, and that's on the second slide. The key assumptions are what we think is going to happen with the taxable assessed property values in the city. So on the table on the left, we show 10 years worth of history of the AV growth in the city. For the 5-year average is a little over 4%, and the 10-year average is a little over 5%. For the model, you can see the table in the middle. That's what we've assumed. We believe we've assumed conservative assessed value growth of 4% for 2023, and then declining to 3%, 2.75%, and declining per year to around 2%, which we hold constant. The interest rate assumptions for the bond issues we show on the table on the right. So you may be aware interest rates have been rising this year. There's been a significant increase in interest rates. For the bonds to be sold this year, in our model, we're assuming about a 3.74% interest rate. That's for 20-year bonds. That is about current market. When we ran this, there was a market cushion in there about a month ago. The increase in interest rates over the past month have used up all that cushion. So that 3.74% is pretty much at market. We do forecast higher interest rates for future bond years to be conservative. Even with rising interest rates, we think those out-year interest rates for future bond issues, we still think for planning purposes are okay numbers, prudent numbers for planning purposes. That is, so those are the main assumptions. And based on that, even in today's market, we still feel comfortable that the $125 million is a amount of debt that is manageable within the profile without a INS or debt service property tax increase. Happy to take any questions.
If you, Neiman has a few more slides.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, while Neiman's coming back up, I do want to point out for the taxpayer that because the city is well managed financially, we have a strong credit rating by the 3 rating agencies that rate cities' credit score. And in the past 3 years with the mayor and council's financial policies and our finance team, our credit rating has been improved 3 times. We've had 3 upgrades. So that's an important conversation to have now, because what that means is when we borrow money, our interest rates are lower than a city that doesn't have as strong a financial position as we do. And that means that we pay less in interest and we can deliver more streets and more parks and more public safety improvements.
Police officers.
Yep. Thank you. Neiman?
Thank you, sir. As a brief review of our bond history, we have placed the amount of the city's previous bonds before you. Please note that the city has established a record of pursuing this funding without affecting the property tax rate. This holds true, save for 2014, where the city pursued a 2.1% tax increase to support a $99.5 million bond. Next slide. So this is the staff's recommendation for how we will allocate that $125 million. What the staff is recommending that $92.5 million, or 74% of the funding, be allocated to our streets. $20 million, or 16% of the funding, be allocated to parks and recreation. $10 million, or 8% of the funding, be allocated to public safety. And $2.5 million, or 2% of the funding, be allocated to facilities. Next slide. Upon council approval, staff will develop the final proposal for Bond 22 with the guiding principles that are displayed before you. The biggest takeaway is the fact that we will prioritize signature projects that promote increased capacity, functionality, and economic development via our city's infrastructure. Most importantly, we will ensure that the plan allocates an equal investment across all 5 districts of the city. Next slide. Speaking of proportionality, we do have a preliminary draft that we intend to begin briefing council members on immediately. According to that preliminary draft, you can note that we have come very close to meeting our goal of rough proportionality. However, we do anticipate that with council feedback and that from stakeholders in our community, that the plans will shift slightly, but we will continue to make adjustments to ensure that there's equity that's maintained across all 5 districts. Next slide. So this is our way forward for the Bond 22 process. Most notable is the fact that we will begin one-on-one briefings with council members starting basically tomorrow. You can expect to check your email inboxes and your voicemails, and you will be receiving phone calls and emails from the staff to set up time on you all's calendars for us to have sit-down conversations and one-on-one discussions with each council member and the mayor to make sure that we're receiving your feedback and that feedback is incorporated into the final draft. After we get a good handle on the feedback from the mayor and council, we will then begin shopping that final draft to our major stakeholders across the city. Stakeholders meaning like ISAC, the West Side Business Association, and the Coastal Bend Home Builders Association. Upon gaining that critical input, we will then intend to bring a final presentation to council on July 26th. Next slide. With that being said, staff recommends council approve the resolution to develop a budget in the amount of $125 million for Bond 22 with no tax rate increase, approve the categories in which to allocate that funding, and to approve the guiding principles for Bond 2022. And we'll stand by for any questions.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay. During public comment, we had our PRAC chairman saying that they were not involved in any of the planning for parks bond. Can you explain why they were excluded?
Yes, sir. That's because there hasn't been a final draft that's been made that's ready for publishing. There is a preliminary draft that's been worked on, basically in a vacuum with, the staff. However, we felt that
So they were not in the process of planning either?
they are going to be included in the process of planning. But
Well,
what
you
we
just
wanted,
said they weren't in the process of planning.
I didn't get to finish my sentence, sir.
Okay.
What I was stating was, the fact is that we have not had any opportunity to present anything before council. So it would be a little putting the cart before the horse to go to the stakeholder communities and start briefing them on some preliminary draft. They start reaching out to council, and you all basically are blindsided because you haven't had that opportunity to see any plans that's been drafted up by the staff. So what we want to do is bring our preliminary draft to the council. We get you all's feedback. You all have a shared understanding with the staff on at least the baseline, what the baseline plan is going to look like, and then we're going to take it to the stakeholder communities like ISAC, again, the WBA and the PRAC, get their feedback. But we felt that bringing a plan to those stakeholder communities without any city council feedback was all for naught because it was going to be changed, and we've had to take it back out there again at the end of the day.
I don't think we're talking the same thing here. Were they in the development of the plan as for what projects would be in the bond package is what I'm asking, not after the staff has put something together and showed it to council, then bring it back to them. I'm asking, did they give the input for the plan, or did you just ignore them?
There's not an ignoring, sir. Basically, what we did was we said to Parks and Recreation Department, hey, what are some of the rising priorities that over the last 2 years you have seen as pressing in the community? The Park and Recreation Department put together a menu of those pressing priorities across the community, and from those pressing priorities, we put that into a preliminary draft. That's what we're going to bring to council and say, hey, from the staff side, from what we're seeing with our finger on the pulse in the community, this is what we feel are the most pressing priorities in the community. If the council agrees, then we can go ahead and put something together that we can take to the different stakeholders of the community, and they can say, yes, we agree, or no, we disagree. But we felt that it would be unprofessional of us to have those discussions with the stakeholder community without first talking to the governing body and making sure that you all have input first and being blindsided.
Like I said, I don't think we're talking the same thing here. I'm not asking in terms of...
Can I, Councilman, the answer is we will be. We haven't yet because we're very early in the development stages.
Well, I mean, if you
So
didn't
we will
ask
be.
them, if you didn't ask them for ideas on projects to begin with, I mean, if
We
you
haven't
just
yet,
if you're just
yeah.
asking them to be a check in the block, I mean, why do we even have that?
Nobody said that, so we.
Well, I'm saying that.
Well, we're not doing that.
Well,
so,
it looks
yeah.
like you're doing it.
Well, we're not.
What do you mean you're not? You didn't ask them for help when developing the projects.
We're not to that point yet, Councilman. We will be. Yeah, we're not there yet. Yeah.
But sir, what's being lost in the conversation is the fact that staff keeps in engagement with all these different stakeholder groups consistently over the 2 years. It's not like
Okay, then the chairman of the PRAC came right there where you're standing and said you guys didn't involve them. Is she lying?
No, she's just not informed yet.
She's the chairman of the PRAC. How is she not informed?
Because this is the first public conversation that's being had about Bond 22. Right. So
they were not included in development at all?
They will be included, sir.
Oh, my God.
Okay, he's answered your question.
Okay,
Councilman,
well, let's just
on.
say we'll agree that he didn't answer it the way I expected him to, because if you're asking him to be a check in the block after the council reviews it, they didn't do any advising at all. Okay, I'll leave it at that. You didn't do it. Okay.
Yeah, we haven't done it yet. but
We have.
will be.
Okay, you haven't included them yet.
Right, but they will be.
After it goes to council. All right, I get you.
Right.
All right, and the second part of this, I noticed in public safety, I'm assuming that's traffic items for public safety? What is?
Public safety is police and fire.
Okay, I have to say I'm disappointed, because we've had many conversations about this, about not allowing the public to vote on the police academy. And you obviously did not include that because it's in the certificates of obligation. That's how it is in our CIP. And I'm disappointed that we don't trust the community to be able to let them to vote on this particular item. And I get it, there's certain issues. If the public does not pass it, you have to wait 3 years before you can do it on a certificate of obligation. I get it. But I think it's kind of anytime an organization like us, like a city, are borrowing that kind of money, and you have it listed here on your on page 8, I'm sorry, page 3, that 36 in fiscal year 2024 for tax support certificates of obligation is $36.4 million, with a total of being for 22, 23, and 24 of $75.9 million, which is more than what we're authorizing for, which we authorized for in the last bond election for streets. Now, I don't have any problem with that. I just wish we would, since we're going to do this in 2024, that it should be on the bond election, as opposed to doing it, just by city council approval. Can you please tell me why you want to do this and not have it in front of the citizens to vote?
Yes, Councilman, we can. So we, in the 2020 bond program, the design was approved by the community, which meant they support the project pretty much. So because of rising interest rates and because of supply chain and escalating labor costs, it's actually a smart thing that the City Council approved. Certificates of obligation, because they're already being issued. The council approved that. That's well.
Okay, I'm talking about the ones in fiscal year 2024, the 36.4 million.
Well, if I can finish, I'll tell you. So by issuing the COs now, we get a much better interest rate, and we're able to start the project this fall.
Okay, but we haven't approved those COs for 2024. The 14 million
Yeah,
for
we have.
No, we have not. We've only approved the 5 million for the COs for this year, not the 14 for next year.
Yeah, the amount that's going to be approved, issued in 2022 have been approved in the CIP. The ones in 23 and 24, those are in the proposed CIP moving forward.
Right. So we have not approved those yet.
We have not, no.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, right. They've been approved in concept in the budget.
Yes.
Through the budget process.
Okay, but we haven't approved the COs themselves. So if we're not going to approve them until 2023, why not just include them in the bond?
Because the bond, you can see on this thing, the 2022 bond, they'll be sold in 2024, 2025. So the same issue still applies, which is it's in the future.
So you're going to sell the
years.
bonds for the 2022 bond election in 2024 and 2025?
Yes, sir. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
That's what the financial advisor chart here on slide 3 shows.
Can you explain that, please? The financial advisor?
Yeah, Paul Jackson, explain that. On slide 3, Paul.
Sure. Again, Paul Jack with Strani Hinosa. In terms of the question, and others may be able to weigh in too, but it's not uncommon to see when you pass a GO referendum to get the voters to authorize it. At that point, once you know that those projects have been authorized by the voters, then you start the process of planning, designing, and implementing those projects. And you wait till you actually know what the firm price of all those projects going to be before you actually sell the bonds to fund.
That's good for examples that haven't been started yet. Now, the police academy has already been started. It's already been in design. It's already, we've already approved, I guess, $4 million for the first part of it. There's an additional $14 million. It's all ready to go. Would there be any issues signing the bonds right away once it's approved?
So, I'm sorry, the question on that
Okay,
last
what
part?
we're talking about specifically is the police academy that we're building on the Del Mar campus on the south side. Are you familiar with it?
I understand, yes.
Okay. Now, we've actually passed a bond of $1.8 million for the design of that in 2020. And we did the design. Now, the first tranche, I believe it's $4 million some change. In this year, we approved a CO for that. To start the process on the building of the building. There's an additional $14 million that we have planned in certificates of obligation for next year that we have not approved yet. Okay, so if that was on the bond, would there be any issues, since the project is already halfway going through here, to be able to issue those right away?
I'll defer to staff, but in terms of if they were in the bond package and they got passed, could they continue on with the project with the way they have it planned? I'll defer to them to answer that question, if that's okay.
Yeah, Councilman, so maybe the answer is this, which is that there's a process to issue the bonds. It's not just we go and make a call for bonds and we get the money. So there's a extensive behind-the-scenes process done by the professional team in finance.
Well, I mean, we rushed through, I mean, we did
Councilman,
this,
I'm not
we
done.
did this in,
Okay,
for
you know
that,
what,
well, no, let me finish.
No, I'm going to
Please
let
me
you finish. I'm going to let you finish. I am. But I'm going to ask you to let people complete their sentences because you're asking a question which we're all interested in, Councilman Hernandez, but you don't let them finish. And I want to hear what the rest of the answer is before you go in on the next thing. So I'm letting you finish, but please allow them to answer because it's an interrupting game and it doesn't serve the council as a whole at all. So who was speaking? I don't even know.
Yeah, I'm almost done that sentence. So it's a process that takes place. We put a team together, including finance, Ian Vasey from Economic Development, Regional EDC. We have to get our credit rated. We do a credit rating. I mentioned earlier we had our credit rating increase 3 times in the last 3 years. That's from that rating agency process. And then there's a lengthy process of the noticing of issuing the debt, and then actually you have to publish notices, then we actually issue the debt. So it's a 6+ month, 6-8, it's many months process to issue the debt.
And we don't have to go through that process for certificates of obligation?
No, we do have to. Same thing. Mhm. The issue with the police academy is having the funds available, and council already approved them, by the way, in the budget. The full council did. It gets us. The police academy is almost designed. It's probably 95 at this point designed. Our lease with Del Mar College that saves taxpayer dollars is secured. So we'll be going out for bids in the next couple of weeks soon. And then the contract will be approved later this summer, early fall. So if we don't have the funding available or approved, then it's months off schedule. And we know that in this last police academy class, we had to actually break the class into 2 different groups because the inadequate decade-old facilities aren't working like they should in the 8th largest city in Texas. So, right. So we're trying to expedite the construction of the police academy. We know that the voters approved the design, and we know that the council almost unanimously, except for I think one council member, approved the funding. So.
Now, let me correct you there. I didn't disapprove of the academy. I disapproved of using COs. Okay, so I want you to be clear about that.
Yeah,
okay?
That's what I meant, Councilman, but thanks for clarifying it.
Okay, and I want to say, and you did a lot of maneuvering around there. I don't think that this would fail if it went to a bond election. I don't. When you say it's been approved, that $14 million is approved in next year, right? It's part of the CIP, but the CIP we do from year to year, and then we do future planning for 3 years, and then for 10 years, right? So the actual funding hasn't come in for us to approve the sale of those COs. Am I correct?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So that's what I'm saying here is that I don't like doing things in the kind of in back rooms, and I know you're going to say it's not back rooms because we're doing it here on council. I get that, but I always, when you're borrowing millions and millions of dollars, it really should go to the voters. Now, we can have a philosophical difference on that. I know you're concerned. Yeah, well, I'm assuming that you're concerned because if it doesn't pass, you have to wait 3 years before you can get it on a certificate of obligation. Am I correct about that? Right. So I don't think it's a problem, but I wish we would be very upfront about it and let the voters decide for borrowing million when we're doing certificates of obligation in the amount of 36.9 million, 36.4 million. That should go to the voters. I'll leave it at that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you. I got a little chuckle out of rough proportionality with it when I see District 4 getting 9% on there. That is a pretty rough road on proportionality with it.
This
is on parks.
Neiman?
Parks.
Excuse me.
Yeah, 1.8 million out of 20
No,
million.
Councilman, look at the bottom line, the percentage, it's 12.64%. You go all the way to the bottom, percentage. It's 12.64%.
Yeah, we had to take into account, sir, because that's parks, but we had to take into account all the investment of the total bond that's going into each district, whether it be streets, whether it be a facility, or whether it be parks. And so that's how we came up with the percentage that is captured at the bottom of this table.
Right, it's
It may be captured, but 1.8 million out of 20 million is 9%.
That's just out of the public parks, Councilman?
Yeah, I'm looking at parks.
We look at the bottom line total. The concept of rough proportionality is instead of dividing by 5, we look to see where is the need. So in District 5, the swimming pool that's also in the bond today for design, the construction is a big amount. You can see 10 million. So if you look at the streets in District 5, it's less because the majority of the money is going into that park facility. So we roughly balance across each of the districts, recognizing the need in each district, whether it's a new swimming pool in District 5 for $10 million or more streets in District 2 because it's the older part of the inner city. That's how the rough proportionality concept works. It's not a simple divide by 5, but rather see what the need is, what the essential needs are, and then work those dollars across the program categories.
And thanks, but I guess as I've been sitting up here for the years, when it comes to park improvements, whether it's in our bond program or other programming on there, the District 4 always seems to be on the short end of the stick. Here it's actually the second from the bottom, but just continuously, and this is an area that has a lot of need recreational-wise and things. Then I'd like to comment on the bond in general. I guess we're the ones that decide, right?
Yes, you are, Councilman.
So as this body, if we want to put the police academy and the bond program, that is our decision, not I decision, but a we decision.
It's right. The full city council body, it's your decision.
More Peters.
Yeah.
Right.
So
It's all done.
if it's something that the consensus of this body wants to do, then we can easily put that project.
You're absolutely right, Councilman. Yes, sir. It's your responsibility to do that.
And so if we would decide, we're saying we have a capacity of about 125 million, we've got this set aside for public safety on there, then there would be projects we would definitely be losing. Is that correct? Because the capacity is a capacity, it's not expanding.
Yeah, we would, so the capacity right now is in the certificates of obligation. You would just switch that capacity to GOs.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. And we will, in our ongoing course of business, all of us will get a look at this, give the input on there. So
Absolutely.
I think we've heard Councilman Hernandez's concerns, so each of us can speak in the direction that we want to go.
Right, and the full body will give us the final direction.
And I want to make one comment about certificates of obligation. We have saved the taxpayers of this city millions of dollars. We're seeing a rising interest rate environment. I agree that we need to be careful what we do in COs, but it gives you a flexibility. We're talking about an every 2-year occurrence here. That is a very straitjacket kind of financing on there. COs give you a flexibility. No business operates on a 2-year, besides maybe Russia, where, okay, this is what you're going to spend. You have to have flexibility. In an organization our size, COs, as long as they're not abused, and there's a lot of restrictions now. I know Councilman Pusley is very aware of that, on what you can do, so they are not abused. The state of Texas and wisely has done this. So they're a great financing tool for us. It gives us flexibility, and in the case of the last couple of years, probably saved us millions of dollars in interest costs with it. We all look at the projections. Paul, I hope you're correct on that, but we just had that 0.5% going up there and then 5% in 2 years. We look at some historical stuff. You may be a little bit light on there. I know when we issued or authorized our COs, I was encouraging staff to get them out quick because we know interest rates are going up with it. So I'm fully supportive of wisely using COs on there. I think as a institution that spends hundreds of millions of dollars, we need to use the tools in our tool chest, take our taxpayers, save them money where we can, rather than being straitjacketed by a two-year program on there. I fully support the $125 million bond issue, and I support the judicious use, this is an I, and I'm not speaking for the other 8 of us, of our COs. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. And for clarity, so Peter, the 10 million is just the pool in District 5?
Yes, it is.
So
It's just-
District 5 parks will not receive any improvements at all based on this, correct?
Well, the pool is in the Bill Witt Park in District
Yes,
5, and so
but I'm
that,
talking about
that one park.
other parks.
No, right, they won't. And working with the councilman prior to today's meeting and the Parks Advisory Board, pool, an aquatic type center is the desire for the Bill Witt Park. And the design is in the 2020 bond program, with the anticipation construction would be in the 2022 bond.
Mhm.
And so in the preliminary work that we've done up to this point, that includes only staff, and next steps will include other groups. We do have that pool in there at $10 million. But as we know, the city is a city of a lot of needs, and like any other city, we have to live within our financial means. So for the parks allocation, we're recommending 20 million, although we'd like that to be 60 or 100 million, but we have to live within the financial constraints. This bond places the priority, which is priority number 1 in our community streets. So almost 75% of the $125 million bond program is for streets.
Right.
We know we need more in parks. With our new parks director and that 10-year master plan, we can begin to forward look, and maybe in a future bond, we can begin to put a little bit more into parks, because predominantly our bond programs have been street focused, with in excess of 75% of the bond program. But that pool in District 5 is a signature project. It's an expense of $10 million.
And one that Councilman Hernandez was spearheading, correct?
Councilman Hernandez has been the champion of it.
Right.
We know that he's an aquatics person himself, and his kids are as well. And it's going to be a nice feature. It's not just a run-of-the-mill pool. It's actually 2 pools, an Olympic-size swimming pool, and then a smaller pool more suited for children. We could. We may do that.
Exactly.
I may do that. Councilman?
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
That should be voted on.
Thank you, Peter. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So, Peter, I don't disagree with the amount of the bond program, and since our bond council has indicated we can do that without a tax increase, that's a great thing for this community. And I don't have a problem with the categories you've created, but I do have a little problem with the amounts, that we've assigned to them. And I'm going to go over to page 8 and look at the breakdown. When I ran for this council position a little over a year ago, what I heard from the community was streets, streets, and streets. Streets, public safety, and infrastructure. And, parks are a great thing. I have a great fondness for parks, but parks fall under the heading of discretionary spending. We don't have to have parks to make this city run. And I think we have to be very careful because we have been putting a great deal of money into fixing arterials and main streets in this city, but our residential streets are way behind. And we literally are putting bubble gum on that problem. So, Peter, can you tell me, out of this $92.5 million that you have allocated for streets, how much of that will be allocated for residential streets?
Councilman, I don't have that list in front of me. There are a few. When we do our one-on-one meetings, plural, with you, we'll give you the detail. We don't have it here in front of us, but I would suggest that what you see here today is really just a starting point, so we could kind of see what categories we have.
And I realize that. I know
Right.
we're all going to talk about this more.
The answer to the question is there's some that are in there. There's several residential streets. And then there's a focus still on some of the big arterial and collectors where it's the final phase or the final 2 phases. In some of the cases, we have design only because we can't afford everything in the first bond program. But there are some residential streets. And then there's the other collector and arterials, but I would submit that the majority is the residential, the arterial and collectors, but consistent with the 2020 bond program, we do have a number of residential streets.
Okay. And so this money that's allocated for streets, and whatever percentage that breaks down between those three categories of arterials, collectors, and residential streets, that's not going to be all of the money we budget next year for streets.
No, that's correct. So in our budget, we have, there's numerous funding sources. We put together a diagram because it can get confusing. So there's dedicated property tax revenue, there's dedicated by council policies, percentages of property tax revenue increasing each year. We have percentages of our payment in lieu of taxes from the industry that goes to streets. There's a streets user fee that this community has imposed upon itself. So there's numerous funding sources dedicated exclusively and only to residential streets.
Right.
This bond program will add more dollars to that with several residential streets.
Okay.
Several additional.
And I want to go back to parks a minute when we talk about this, this SAT word, proportionality. You know, if we do a look back, and I may ask Constance to do this for me later, I would like to know what has been spent in the way of public parks, for example, in District 1 over the course of the last 5 to 10 years as compared to other parts of the city. And I'm here to support all of my district council members. I try to do that every week we're up here. But I also have an affinity for the people who live in the northwest area of this city and the fact that they have felt left out in many instances with respect to what we do with parks.
Right.
And, you know, essentially this city has one city park out in that area, and that's West Guth Park. It does have a swimming pool, which is a great thing. It has a senior citizen center. That's a great thing. But beyond that point, where the tremendous population of the northwest area lives, the city has spent very, very little money with respect to parks in that area. And that's not your fault, Peter. I'm not blaming you or your staff. It's just something that's happened over the course of a number of years. And I was able to get the city to join the county, and the city allocated $300,000 of parks money to help develop a park that you own, that the city owns 50% of with the county several years ago. So other than that, there's not been a lot of spending on parks. So, and I'm going to reiterate something I've said numerous times in this council, and that is I don't think government has any business owning water features. And that includes, because as a guy who owns a swimming pool, I thought the great cost of that was going to be building it. Well, it's not. The maintenance on a pool of this magnitude is going to be significant. And where does that get programmed into our budget, and how does that impact our budget as we go forward over the course of the next 5 to 10 years?
Right. We'll show those numbers with you, with the council. We'll share those numbers with the council.
We need to have a handle on that, because it's not just building it that creates an expense.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, and I'll wrap up by saying I have asked at least twice for Tammy or whoever to bring to us the new definition of certificates of obligation as passed by the Texas State Legislature or modified by the Texas State Legislature. And I don't care how you send that to us, but I would like to ask again that that this council be provided that information, because the Texas Legislature made significant changes in how certificates of obligation are defined and their use is defined.
Yes, Councilman, we're aware of that question. We'll send it to you. It's ready. We were going to show it to the council when Heather does a presentation on the 24th, related to the debt issuance. So we're going to do it, but we'll send it to you ahead of time. The 24th is it next week or the week? It's 2 weeks from now. So we'll show it there, but we'll get it to you in advance as well. We reviewed it. It says, as Councilman Smith said, the state has really restricted cities' ability to use certificates of obligation in the last legislative session. And so there's a lot of oversight through the state on how we can use COs. We'll get you that definition, though.
Okay. And further to Councilman Hernandez's comments, if we put the police academy funding in the bond, is that going to delay the start of construction?
Yes, it will. Right, it will. That's why we're recommending it with CO. So the facility is almost 100% designed by a local architect. We're going to go out to bid in the coming weeks, and we want to award the bid before the summer's over. So if we have to wait till November for the voters to approve it, that means we're putting everything on hold for months. And then we still have to issue the debt, so that pushes everything out, which raises interest rates and construction costs.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. And Peter, to Councilman Pusley's point on parks, I think it would be, I think it would serve the entire council to maybe get and Councilman Smith, maybe the last 5 years, what have we spent in what have we allocated and spent in each district
Right.
for parks? Because I'd actually like to see that as well.
Right. We'll
Just to
get
look
that.
at, right, and how many parks in each district do we
Okay.
have? And I recognize that, through PrAC and other means, we look at the most used parks, but it's still good to know how many parks does each district have and what we have already allocated in the last 5 years. Okay, Councilman Barrera. Through Indy, through.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Council.
Just not to belabor it, but obviously Alyssa brought up a point, and perhaps we need to kind of communicate with PrAC about the process. And I mean, there are a lot of committed people, and so that way, and I think just like I said, if somebody says it, then there's a concern, and I don't think it would hurt to just give them a briefing and let them know where we're at. What is it? And I really wasn't going to say anything, but I just wanted to at least, I'm sorry, somewhat diffuse that, because I understand that we all get engaged, and I know sometimes I tend to be critical of you guys. And so the other thing is also that I felt compelled to do so is that I want to say that I for one, support the COs for the police academy. I believe the way I look at the perspective of which I look at it with regard to certificates of obligation is that the voter does get the opportunity every 2 years to decide how that's going to happen by deciding, and they have 5 opportunities to vote. They vote for a mayor, they vote for 3 at-large councilmen, and they vote for their district councilmen. So they have 5 opportunities to vote for basically a majority of the council to entrust us as policymakers to decide whether or not we've been given that power to invest back into the community in their best interest. And so we've been doing so, and I congratulate my colleagues and your staff in the sense that we've made good financial decisions. Our bond rating has improved. Our financial strength has improved. And so therefore, I see no problem whatsoever with us moving forward. I just wanted to reiterate that at least the representative from District 3 is in full support of moving forward with the police academy. And the voters overwhelmingly approve the design of it. So I think that, once again, they've empowered us to be able to do that and to do so. And as a note of sarcasm, Councilman, that sounds like that could go on your opponent's, what is it, push card that says, voted against funding for the police academy. But I'm not going to be involved this year. I want you to know that for sure, okay?
Oh my God.
Thank you, Mayor.
I'll take my ball back.
Okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I wanted to clear some things here. Understand, and I'll say it again, just so it won't go on somebody's push card. I'm full support of the academy. I just, and I believe in our citizens that they would support it as well. And because it is in the CIP for next year, not for this year, and we've already approved $4 million for this year, so I'm a little surprised when our city manager said it would delay, because we've already approved several $1 million to get the project started. I don't think we're going to give our contractor the full $20 million up front, right?
By the city council policies or the charter, maybe even, we need funding fully identified to award a contract. So we can't just have partial funding if we're going to award the full construction contract.
Well, it is identified, right? It's not.
It needs to be identified and approved, so.
But it's not, I mean, we haven't approved those COs for next year. They're going to come up to us next year for approval, or unless you're going to bring it up forward to approve it this year.
Yeah, that is in the budget, so while it is a
Well,
three-year
it's-
budget, the concept is there, right?
I mean, we have stuff in bonds that are in the CIP that are in the budget, right? I mean, we have them programmed as
Right.
bond projects for future, in future, in the CIP, so I'm not really sure, understanding what the difference is. If we haven't approved it here and the voters haven't approved it, what's the difference?
Well, in concept, the council has approved it in the three-year plan, and to leave it up to if you had the voters decide, which is an option, it's not approved until they approve it in November, so we wouldn't be able to award the contract because you're pending a vote in November.
Okay.
Just want to clear that up.
Okay.
You know, I think it was.
That's good. I
long
think we
to begin
cleared
with.
it
Now,
up.
as far as,
Yeah.
as far as parks, I want to make sure that people understand that we still have community enrichment funds that should be paid, that should be spent in District 5 that have not been cleared up yet. So we are in the audit process. That should be in June, so we should have funding for other parks in all districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you, Mayor. I think you should put that on your push card on the parks. That's a good slogan. What about EPA issues? I don't see any of that stuff on here. And we're not getting into any better standing with them.
The EPA for water, wastewater maybe, so that'll be handled in our utility operation, our water, wastewater utility.
But is there no way that we can help speed up the process through the bond program?
Well, so that fund issues its own debt through ratepayer funds.
Yeah, I understand.
And we have a 10-year program there, so we're on schedule. In fact, I think we're a little ahead of schedule of our 10-year consent decree.
I wouldn't disagree with that. The only problem is when we have this negative marketing coming out against not just our city, but the focus of the entire region in a pretty high quality magazine. I'm not sure that's going to help us in the future. In fact, if I were the EPA, I'd be looking at that saying, well, maybe we should be, putting our finger on the city of Corpus Christi to make them get things done faster.
Yeah, you're referring to the ocean study that was done recently? Right, that's done annually.
And our
that
bay
report.
with our Cole Park and...
Right. Well, good thing this city council, also another tremendous move you all did this year was approve a stormwater fee, which the city, again, for decades hadn't had, and many cities in Texas has had it for
very good.
4 or 5 decades. So that will help us to begin to address stormwater issues, stormwater quality. We didn't have a program until a few months ago.
Yes, sir.
So we can't change things overnight when decades of neglect exist.
That's what I don't want to get us into again. If we have the opportunity, because we have such a large amount, bonding amount, that I'm just hoping maybe there's an opportunity to help speed that up.
Well, there is. So with the independent fee now, that's transparent and
Wastewater, not
actually stormwater. So
stormwater.
now that
I'm not
you've
referring
elaborated,
to stormwater though, but
Yes,
I
sir.
understand. Sorry. Didn't
Right,
mean to
I'm
interrupt.
sorry. Yeah, now that you've elaborated on the issue, the stormwater fee would actually be the appropriate revenue source. And in this budget, we can look at that fee to issue self-supporting debt that can expedite improvements. Yes, sir. We'll work with you
All
this
right.
summer on that.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, I think that about sums us all up.
Mayor, yeah, I just want to just conclude that we appreciate the perspectives of the individual council members, and we respect those. I did want to point out this is a great news story for the community.
It's a great news.
This is 125 million of available capacity in our financial pro forma without a property tax rate increase. It keeps in promise with what you all have promised the community, which is streets is number one. 75% of the bond program would be for streets. We are in the beginning stages, so for the community, there's going to be a lot of community engagement for our boards and commissions, like the Parks Advisory Board. There's a lot of work to be done. This is step one. It's an introduction to the council to see, should we even do this? We don't want to, as Neiman said, get the cart ahead of the horse.
Right.
And so now our work will begin with engaging the community. As I mentioned earlier, we're very transparent and engage the community and the commissions and boards that the council has convened. I did want to thank Neiman. Neiman's our lead in the bond program development. You can see many of the team members are in the audience. This bond program is going to be managed by Jeff Edmonds' group. So Jeff Edmonds, our lead engineer, and Brett Van Hazel, one of our assistant directors. And I especially want to highlight Ratna Patamutu. Ratna's here?
She's there.
Ratna's been instrumental in helping us. She's one of our assistant directors as well in engineering. She's been the lead for Jeff in helping to get to today, and she'll be instrumental in the conclusion of the bond program. And then finally, Mayor, the success that I've demonstrated or spoke about earlier that the team has demonstrated in the 2020 bond program, which is not even 2 years into it, we will have more than half of the projects in construction by the time this bond program is seen by the voters. So that is a complete reversal of this city's history on delivering bond programs. As I mentioned, we have a bond program still that has a few open projects that's a decade old. So we're reversing those past practices. We got a good team, and we look forward to working with the council and the community as we further shape this program for the voters' consideration in November. Thank you, Mayor.
Wonderful. Yes, thank you, Peter. Well said, and thank you. This is a very, very good news item and a great day. We haven't seen, I guess, and thank you for including this, the list here from 2000 to 2022 now. I guess back in 2008, $153 million bond. That was the largest one. And so here we are moving right up to that. Oh, that was every 4 years. Thank you, Councilman. So that was every 4 years. There you go. So 125, we're doing great. And this is all about the quality of life, as you mentioned. Thank you for everyone working on this. And we really look forward to working more closely and detailed into the depth of this proposed bond. So with that, I'm going to open public comment. Is there anyone here who would like to make public comment on item number 17? Okay, there being no one coming forth.
Mayor, I move
will
for approval.
Close
Second.
that. Goodness, scared me. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And we will go ahead and break for lunch. The council will go into.
What, as opposed to
executive-
COs, not the bond.
The council will go into executive session on items 23 and 25 per Texas Code, sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. Okay. We will reconvene our meeting. Is there a motion to be read? We can discuss it, yes. We can discuss our motion prior to making it.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Mhm.
A lot of legalese in this, folks, so just bear with me. I think we'll explain it a little bit after the motion's made. But this is a motion to authorize preparation of a final contract documents for the purchase of approximately 12 and a half acres of property and 11 acres of easements from Flint Hills Resources, Corpus Christi LLC, and related entities in the vicinity of Nueces Bay Boulevard, Broadway Street, and the Inner Harbor for a seawater desalination plant in the amount of $5,455,000, which will include an option period of 3 years and a potential option time to allow for permitting and prerequisites related to a development agreement pursuant to Texas Local Government Code, Chapter 212, a right to repurchase in the event of termination of the project, requirements related to insurance, soil management, environmental sampling, and limits on the use of the property.
Second.
See, Councilman Hernandez, do you have a comment?
Yes.
Go right ahead.
I think there's still a lot of questions associated with this particular site, and I'm not real happy about it, about the amount of money that we're putting down for this. But for the sake of getting this through, I will abstain from voting for this. I will abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez is abstaining. Rebecca? Councilman Lerma?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I concur with my colleague as far as there's still a lot of questions, and I've not been a big proponent of this location for this site for our desal. I still think that we need to study our alternate location, which is La Quinta. We don't have enough information on that still. I know that it's a cost factor issue, but I don't want to put cost ahead of safety and health to the citizens of this city. And that's basically why I'm going to vote no on this at this time.
Okay, Councilman Smith?
Thank you, Mayor. As we go forward, this is one of the many steps that we have to do this. This is just part of the process, and it doesn't mean that we're going to do it. If something happens on there, the biggest thing is permits with it. We are looking at the other council members mentioned the La Quinta site specifically with it, but to go forward to give our permit credence, our applications that we have right now with the TCEQ, we have to do this. And not only do we do this, it opens the door to the next steps in this very long process on there. And if we don't have our permits, we've basically killed desalinization as an option because it is so long a lead time in doing this. We're 4 years in this process right now, and maybe we're in the middle with it. And if the drought that we currently have or others, we have large volume water users that come in to expand, we need to be doing this now. We don't have the luxury of waiting. We're not obligating ourselves at this time to build a desalinization plant there. It's an option. We are incurring some cost with it. It's in the contract. It's $300,000 for 3 years for this approximately 23 acres of property we'll be tying down with it. And if some of the concerns that our councilmen have on there with it, that it is an option and is not a purchase at this point in time. And what we are authorizing gives us up to 5 years after the signing of the contract. So we're looking at a fairly long period that we have to study, to go for our permits on there with it, not only TCEQ, but Corps of Engineers permits, all those many check boxes that we have to do to ensure that we have a drought-proof, reliable water supply for our region in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Smith. Councilman Martinez.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, I'm also one who's in the group that isn't sure that this is the best location, but I think that where we are today, we don't have any permits, and I think that as the council moves forward, the more options that we have, the better. And so that this may be an option. I mean, at the end of the day, this may be the only permit that gets approved. So I want to be able to have options for desal, because I think desal is an important thing for our community and for our area in the future, being able to secure that source of water. So even though I'm not necessarily at this point in favor of the Inner Harbor, I think it's an important part of the process that council have as many options as it can to be able to consider when deciding what to do with desal. So for those reasons, I'm going to vote in favor.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, that's another thing, another point I want to make, that basically this is just a part of the process. We've agreed on 2 pieces of property. What is it? We're still negotiating 2 properties, 2 sites. We're still negotiating on the second property. I think this is an important vote in the sense that the landowner has agreed to this $5 million price tag when we may not purchase it for 5 years. So I think it's important that, and I want to commend staff for doing such a good job in negotiating that. And I understand that they asked for the land for free at one point in time. So I know they've done their best to try and ensure that we're ensuring that we're accountable to the taxpayer, that we're accountable to the residential ratepayer. And by moving in this direction, it helps ensure that we have, once again, affordable, I'm going to say it again, affordable, dependable, safe water for the 500,000 people that we provide water to, and that helps us to determine our budget. It's another step. It's another step in the right direction of determining of following the process. We haven't discounted the other site, and I want to commend staff. Obviously, you know where I've been. We couldn't have done this soon enough. I'm very happy that we're able to do this, and that you brought this for us today, and you brought us a great deal where our obligation may only be $300,000 in the event that we don't get our permits, and this helps us through the process of securing all the permits that we need and ensuring that the ratepayer understands our commitment to them. And so for that, obviously, I'll be voting yes. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Zanoni, would you, I know Councilman Smith read the motion, but would you clarify it? It is a long legal motion.
Right.
But if you'll clarify for our public to understand what exactly this motion does.
Okay, great. Thank you, Mayor. So this progresses forward City Council policy direction given to the staff on water, on our seawater desalinization project. So back in January, the City Council asked that city staff negotiate contract real estate terms for the 2 locations that the council has looked at, the Inner Harbor and La Quinta. Inner Harbor, we were further along in the negotiations. So today, we're able to bring the term sheet real estate transaction deal points to the City Council. It's kind of a homeowner, you can think of it as an earnest money contract. So today we shared those with the council, and the council has told us to take those terms and finalize a contract with the property owner, in this case Flint Hills, to develop that earnest money contract so that we can put the land under option to buy. And so today's step tells us that, okay, we're good with the terms. You staff go finish the contract with Flint Hills and bring that back to City Council. So that's another step. We're not authorized to approve any contract. We'll bring the real estate contract back to this body, to City Council, for the Inner Harbor site. And that's a contingent contract, so we only purchase the land if we get the contracts and if council wants to buy the land. So that's an important part. Mayor, I did want to add that we want to thank Flint Hills as being a strong partner of ours, generally in the community. But in this case, they've worked expeditiously, professionally, and with a lot of time in helping to get to this point to have some term sheet deal points. So we thank them for their professionalism. I also want to mention, as Councilman Barrera said, that we are the regional water planner, producer, and distributor, and we have a rate model. We have a rate model.
Right.
We know what the impact is, and it's negligent. It's little in the first couple of years to our rate payers because of that surcharge that the industry is paying. So we do have a rate model. We use the rate model every year through the year. We know what the impact is to this endeavor, to the rate payers of all classes, residential, commercial, and industrial. And so that's something we look at constantly, and we're able to bring this project forward because we have confidence in the rate model, and it shows that there's negligible, little impact to the residential customer in the years ahead. So I want to conclude with that. Thank you, Mayor.
Great. Yeah, thank you, Peter. So in essence, this is moving forward, this is giving staff, really it's a recommitment of this council's position on where we continue to hold our stance, if you will, and that is moving forward with being the regional water distributor and supplier. So, okay, with that, I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion to approve.
We have one.
Oh, I'm sorry, you have
motion
the motion.
and a
Did we have a second?
Yes, ma'am.
We
Motion
do.
and second on
Okay,
the floor.
any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
Okay, the
And
motion
Mr.
carries.
Hernandez abstains.
The
Yes.
motion carries, yes. All right, and we will move on to item number 18. And this is a motion awarding a design-build contract to Fulton Construction Incorporated, Corpus Christi, Texas, and authorizing the design phase services for the design restoration of the C District water features.
Mayor, and for the record, Councilmember Barrera is abstaining on this one, recusing himself.
I do have a presentation
If I may, Madam Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, Mr. Edmonds, but I'd just like to make this comment. Madam Mayor, Council, at this time, I would like Council to look at tabling this item till after we receive the report from the Hunden firm that's doing a feasibility on a hotel in the area with the ABC Center and also the future possibility of expansion of the ABC Center. So I think it's wise that we just wait those 45 days, 50 days. I mean, whenever, I don't know, Peter, you said about 45 days, 60
Yes, sir.
days maybe?
Right.
That we'll get that report
Right.
in detail?
Yes, sir. They're doing two studies. They're doing the hotel study as well as the convention center
Yes, sir.
expansion rehab study. So one may be ready sooner than the other. So
Okay.
I would say anywhere from 25 to 45 days, right?
But I'd like to see us table this and bring it back up once we receive that report. I think we would have better information to make a better decision on something like this. I just don't feel that it's right that us not be accountable to the citizens about paying, what is it, $300,000 for this. I know that it says design build, but it's actually a design at this point.
This is
I
a
know
first
that.
step of a
Yes,
two-step
sir.
process.
Yes, sir. But, I mean, that's what I'd like to say that. I'd like to make that into a motion. That way we
You're
don't.
seconding this. What is, I just like an explanation as to the design, which as I understand, this is what we're doing today. We're talking about design only. So how does the build part of this come into play? And my concern is the cost, obviously.
Right.
With not only, what we're dealing with today in terms of costs, but also in terms of holding off.
All right.
I can
Go ahead,
answer that.
guys.
So in some cases, you do this in one step. And council, for example, did that with the fire department warehouse back behind Fire Station 18. And that there was enough definition on it that they felt that you could negotiate a price with a design builder. This is one where there's a little bit of uncertainty, and we felt like we could get a better value by doing some additional investigation and letting them get through the design before we enter into a contract for a guaranteed price. So that would be the second step after we get through the design and do some more investigative work there to bring an amendment to this for the full price.
to City Council for approval, right?
To City Council, yes, sir.
We did a similar thing, Mayor and Council, you may recall, for the North Beach bathroom. That's a $2.5 million bond program project, and because of the uncertainty in the labor market and the supply chain and other factors and inflation, in this case, Spoglass asked for a similar thing, which is let us do the design first, and then we'll come back for a second part of the contract for the construction, and we'll be much better, we'll be able to give you a guaranteed maximum price. It's just tough in today's environment to give a guaranteed price, and so in this case, Fulton asked for a similar thing, so this would be the second time, I think, in recent months anyway, that the city would entertain this type of a two-step process. And it's largely because of the uncertainty in pricing, supply chain issues, and labor and inflation.
And Councilman, you're wanting to hold off until the study with Hunden?
Yes, ma'am, that's all I'm asking, just let's hold up, because the study of Honda, they could actually say that that might be a good location for a hotel, and I don't want to spend the possibility of spending $300,000 on the design part, and then that's off the table. I mean,
Well,
that's what
I
I'm
will-
saying.
I
I'm
will-
not sure it's total that way,
I will say for the record,
but,
I am not in favor of seeing those water
Well,
gardens.
ma'am,
Well, I know you're
I
not saying
understand
that, but seeing those water gardens go away.
but everything needs to be put out on the table
I
for them to
understand.
be able to do a correct feasibility study. That's all I'm asking.
How many do we have now? We have one in 2015, a study. Is that the only one we have?
Yeah, the one that was done a few years ago.
Right, 15, but was there one after that?
Yeah, I think 2019, 2018, 2019 was the most recent one.
Oh, so there, okay, so
Yeah.
there are two. Okay, Councilman Hernandez, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we've already designed the water gardens 3 times too.
Maybe 2.5.
Okay, so I have to agree with Councilman Lorma. We don't want to take something off the table prior to doing it. And I understand the mayor's position. She likes the water gardens, but
I love the water gardens.
but I think there's opportunities, and we got to look at also what's the best use of our dollars, not only now but in the future. So I agree with Councilman Lorma in terms of holding off, at least holding off until the study is complete, because that could be the best location for a convention center hotel.
And so, well, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Councilman. All right, we have a motion. Councilman Molina.
A question, maybe for Mr. Edmonds. If this item is tabled, Mr. Councilmember Lerma, you want to table this until the Hudden report is okay. What does that do to this project cost or this design cost if we choose to table this until we get the Hudden report back?
Well, if we're not talking a significant amount of time, I don't think there's a dramatic impact from a costing standpoint.
Does it affect the timeline or schedule?
Well, it
or
will affect the timeline.
project in
You'll
any
be
other
on a
aspect?
day-for-day slip on being able to complete the project.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, we could always start this, and if we wind up saying, hey, this is the perfect spot for the hotel, we just say pencils up, let's stop, pay them what we owe them. So you're...
Yeah, we have, Mayor, can I just add that we appreciate Councilman Lerma's, and he and I have talked about it as well. Recently, though, we've looked at the area for other interested parties that are interested in building hotels, and there's a lot of vacant land. And so that are as nice or nicer in terms of view as the water garden. And the way we approach this with the council is this is really a question of do we want to retain this cultural asset for the community? It's either yes or no. And if we don't want to retain the asset, the cultural icon for the community, then maybe we don't do it. But if we want to, then this is the perfect place for the water garden, and nothing should replace it. So that's kind of the questions.
Well,
that we work with the
that
council.
said, Peter,
Right.
would not Hunden need to know the answer to that question before
Right.
they go and figure out where a hotel would go? Because the only
You raise a good
study
point.
I've seen, or recently, was the 2015. And that hotel was set, and of course, we have parking to consider heavily. but the hotel was not set over, I mean, it wouldn't have obstruct the water gardens. But if that's the case, then before they go out and do this study and come back, let's just say they come back and they've got this hotel sitting smack in the middle of where our water gardens are. Are we going to say, okay, yeah, no, that's not going to work, back to the drawing board, another however much money that was?
That's a good point, yeah.
Or
Yeah.
are they going to reference the 2015 and probably 18, whenever the second one was, study, and say, well, this is where they were looking at it, whoever did those, and maneuver it more so in that direction.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. I just know that, right, but they could be doing work in vain if they come back. For example, I am not for getting rid of those water gardens.
Okay, I
over
understand that,
anything.
Mayor, but-
So, which means if Hunden goes out and their primo spot is where the water gardens are, we would have to give them direction if this body is.
Then we would have to look at working with them, ma'am, and see if we can keep the water gardens with the feasibility. But we don't know that yet.
Too. You would say, hey,
Well,
Peter,
Peter,
go look
may
at
I-
this.
let me ask you this, Peter.
Hang on. We would say, hey, Hunden, go look at this. This is what we want you to do. But keep in mind, we would like to keep this asset.
Were they
And
told
then
that?
they would
That's-
be
I don't know
looking at
that. I don't
the
think
other
they were told
property.
that, though. Were
Well,
they, Peter?
I think the mayor's point is that if this is a site that we want to retain, if we want to retain this cultural asset for the community, then we need to let Hunden know so they're not spinning their wheels looking at this as a site.
Well, that's a
Yeah.
possibility, but we should have told them that ahead of time. Because, I mean, from what I understand,
Right.
they were brought in for the study to look at all the property in that area. There
Well,
was
all available.
nothing was left off that's available.
All
you know?
available property, right?
Yeah, I mean, and all I'm asking is, let's just wait our 45 days that we're going to get this report.
Right.
Like I said, it's a 50-50 shot. I don't know what they're going to present to the council.
Yeah.
Council doesn't know what they're going to present. All I'm saying is, let's just table it and just wait and be accountable to the taxpayers. With the money, what's 45 days? 45 days is nothing.
Yeah, right.
I mean, that's how I'm looking at it. You know, so I'm sure there's some people on this council that are for the gardens, and there could be others that are not, and some of us are iffy, depending on what this report states.
Right.
I'm iffy, because I want
Right.
to see what the whole report states.
And it will, Councilman, right. So just the two things, again, is that this is a cultural icon for the community.
A cultural icon that hasn't been working for 6 years, I have an issue with.
That's why we're trying to
And
get it
that's why
going. But
we're- right.
I
the
have
second,
an issue with that. If they've
I know.
done without it for 6 years,
Right.
you know, it's a possibility.
here's the
they
second
don't wanna
part
look
is
at
that
it.
if we had a map, you would see that that part of the C district is pretty well developed out. It looks nice. We don't have to reinvest a lot of money to bring it back up. But there is a lot of vacant and blighted and available property all around the American Bank Center. So
I
I think
agree.
we have a lot of choices still, even if this was preserved. Yep.
Let me get Councilman Smith.
Thank you. Mr. Edmonds, you mentioned putting the pencils down. So the process, if we approve today, just as far as contract execution, those kind of things, when would the pencils go up? When would they start working?
Well, so we've got to give them a notice to proceed on this, which usually takes maybe a week, and then we start working. Now, of course, they earn this money incrementally by developing the design. So, you know, the only thing that you'd be at risk is the amount of work that they're able to accomplish between this notice to proceed and a hypothetical date when we declare pencils up. And in that case, what we would do is what's called a termination for convenience, and we figure out what we owe them and pay them that and put the rest of the money back in
Okay,
the
so
project.
typically in a contract like this, so from the time the council approves the contract to you issuing the notice to proceed, how long does that take?
It's normally about a week or so. We've got to shuffle contracts, get them signed, and
So
Could be
you
a little
send
bit
them the
longer.
contract, they execute, we execute on there, then you get all that done and you do a notice to proceed.
correct. So the point being, you're on the hook for just a fraction. That's not the entire amount. It's not like if you declare pencils up 6 weeks from now, you owe them this full amount.
And what's the expectation, the timeframe? I ought to know that, but I don't, for for this contract? I know it's measured deliverables, but when will the contract be complete?
Yeah, 18 months. So right now, the current schedule has it completing in around May, June of next year.
For the design or the construction?
Well, that's for the whole project. The
He's just
design will be
asking
done
design.
around August.
The design.
We're just asking design.
That's 100% in August.
Okay, so they're going to be doing about $80,000 a month.
So we have 3 different deliverables, the first one being a 50% design,
Yeah.
and that's only a 20% payment of the total amount. So we could, and that'll take us a month, month and a half between the design and then the discussions with city staff, negotiating, making sure that we're under budget. So in essence, if we're talking 45 days for this feasibility study, we'd be probably right around when we get the 50% design.
Okay, but 20%?
That's about $75,000.
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. Well, and I'm in the mayor's camp on there, that cultural icon, iconic. If you, right there on the screen, you look at the water garden, how it flows in to the art museum on there. This was all kind of done, a little bit of history. An internationally renowned architect designed the art center. And if you go down there and you look at its flow, you look at the green space, the art center is anchored by the water garden. And we've had generations of people that have had the opportunity to enjoy that, marriages, parties, everything else. And to Councilman Lermitz, it's pushing 5 years, not 6, but it'll be 5 years on August 24th. With it, to be out of the community, we've really missed something. And just like when Cole Park Pier was out of commission, it was a gap in the community. And the generations of people that have enjoyed this water garden, and it's one of those special things for us. And as we're expanding in that district, there's so much potential there, and for us to realize that potential, it's more than just big buildings. It's that flow. It's things like this water garden, similar on there, that gives it that sense of place, that sense of feel. So I'm in the mayor's camp on there. Why have the hotel consultants waste their time on something? And we don't know. I don't know if we're 5 or we're 4 or what the amount is on that. But it's a chicken or the egg, a little bit that we're looking at. We're waiting for them to cite something there that they may or may not cite there, or do they need instructions? Don't waste your time on it there. So I think we'll be answering some of those questions no matter how it goes today. So we'll get to the contract after this motion.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman. Councilman Pusley.
Well, you know how I feel about
God.
water features. Well, here's the deal. Everybody keeps saying it's been 5 years since this was in operation. I would like to know how many weeks or months it was in operation since it was built. And, I've been down there 20 times in the last several years, and once that water park was in operation. And they're a maintenance nightmare. And guys, we're this close of entering another drought situation here in this community. And what does it say to our taxpayers when we're asking them to curtail water? You can't wash your car, you can't, and we're down here spraying how many thousands of gallons of water into the air every day? I mean, it just sets a really bad example. And so, I don't know what they're going to say about the report. This probably isn't the greatest place in the world for a hotel if we were going to put one. I would assume that anybody who wants to create a convention hotel wants it connected to the convention center so that you don't have to, the purpose is so you don't have to go outside in the inclement weather to get to the convention center. So, and plus you would probably want a view of the bayfront. But why not have, if we're going to do a public-private partnership with somebody on a hotel, which is, I assume, what we would do, because if we own the property and they're going to build the hotel, it would be something of that nature. Why not have them put in a nice water feature that would be their responsibility to take care of? You know, it just, I guarantee you, you're gonna spend $5 or $6 million fixing this, and 2 years from now, at the most, you'll be back in here needing another $500,000 or another $750,000 to go fix whatever pump broke. And I'll just remind you, the county did this for years, and finally, we closed it down, and it is now a memorial park for fallen heroes. That's what we did with our water feature. So I just think this is a really bad idea, but I know there's lots of people out here who love this, and it's very pretty when it's working, but that's the key. When does it work?
Well, and that's the point. It's going to work. It's this business of what it's been before, Councilman, is no more. It really, and I understand your point, but I also think people would love to see this water garden right outside of their hotel room. It could be like a reason to to get the suite up top.
Yeah.
This is a different. It is a different day, and you know, whether you buy that or not, putting the money that we're going to put into this, should this go forward, when it goes forward, is for the long term, and it will have never been done before, and we do have that information because we asked for it. I remember how many days has it actually worked in the last whatever it was, I don't know, and they got it for us. But the point here is that we repair this and upgrade it to the degree that we are not back in those days where it never works. That's not an option. I get maintenance. That's the other part of this. Never was it maintained. Everything was underneath in that underground room, which made no sense. But there was no maintenance plan. So this is a new day in terms of, as Councilman Hernandez likes to say, and he's right, maintaining, having a plan. It isn't just about the pretty fountain. Anyone can go do that for us. We also have to maintain it and make certain that what we're going to do in this round is going to actually last us the next 50 years with the right maintenance program.
Ma'am, I'm not asking us to demolish it. I'm just asking for 45 table.
Just making
That's
sure.
all I'm asking for. My gosh, I didn't know I was going to have a storm here.
No.
All I'm asking is let's table this until we receive this report.
Well, we do
I think
have-
this report is very important.
We have a motion and we have a second. Everyone's just making their comments, which is the point.
Making it feel like, oh my God, Billy
Just
Letterman
making
said,
sure
I'm
y'all
going
know
to
where
tear
I
this thing
stand.
down.
Well, now you know you're not, so that's great. Just kidding. Councilman Hernandez.
Well, my thoughts are to tear it down.
Oh my God.
But let me point out some things. There's another water feature on the other side of the American Bank Center that's relatively new, and it's constantly has issues as well. As a matter of fact, didn't we just have to redo the chlorination?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I wanted to use that as a positive track record. So we opened it last summer.
Not a
Let me
negative
finish.
one.
Yeah, we opened it last summer. It ran.
Do the windmills work?
Let me talk about the water feature. The water feature stayed on all last summer and all through the winter. We recently stopped it to put in parts that finally came in, a chlorinating system, and a few other minor things, a sand filter. So it was kind of scheduled maintenance. It was down for a little over a week. But that one had a very positive track record of being heavily used. A small business opened up right by it, and the kiosk that was abandoned for many years. And it stayed on, and we know the Parks Department is watching it. I'm watching it. And here's a key thing, though. The community loves it. They're in there. It's an interactive water feature.
Well, that one you can actually interact with.
Yeah.
The other one you can't.
Right, but that's a good example of a new day, a new track record, Councilman.
Well, it's also a lot newer facility, and it's a lot newer. But you know, that when I got here wasn't working either.
Exactly. Same.
So
right.
but it still costs money to repair it, and still costs money to maintain it. And so, aside from that, and when you say cultural icon, I kind of chuckle at this because I think the Memorial Coliseum was a cultural icon. I remember a person. Well, you don't know what it is because we tore it down. But I remember a person coming to this podium right here and saying, "I saw Elvis at Memorial Coliseum. You can't tear it down." Okay, well, you know, I'm sorry. Things age. Things start to fail, and you know this is, you know, it's an expense, and to spend, you know, $4, $5, $6 million on a water feature, when we're looking at doing desal, because we don't have enough water, and to just shoot it up in the air, I just, that amount of water, it looks hypocritical on our part. If we're needing water, is this the best way to use it? Right? I mean, we're here having this long discussion about and spending lots of time and effort and money to get water, because we need water. But yet we want to pour it up, shoot it up in the air, and
Right.
to Councilman Pusley's point. So, look,
Since
I want to make
Councilman
sure.
Hernandez
All right,
is taking all my statements that I was about to make. By Robert's Rule of Order, I call the question.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you, Councilman Hunter. So everyone knows how we all feel.
I would like to make one clarification. It does recycle the water. You do have evaporative
Yes.
losses, obviously, but it's not once
Right.
through and
Right.
gone. It's
Right.
constantly
Yes,
recycled.
and desalination. Yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm not even gonna make the comment. Okay, great. We have a motion, we have a second. I'm not even gonna ask the question, any further discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Table. Aye.
Any opposed, say no. To the motion.
Motion to table, yes.
Motion to table.
It's not, this is
motion
to
to table.
table.
We can, yeah. We're voting.
Yes, that's
Yes.
what's on the floor.
Over.
We'll receive the report.
Until after the Hunden group.
Okay. So we have okay. All in favor, were there any noes? No. Okay, the motion carries.
Did he vote no, or you said
Yes.
no? Yes, okay. So one no and one abstention from Mr. Barrera.
Right,
But it passes, yes, ma'am.
yes. Okay. First reading ordinances, items 19 through 21. Item number 19 is an ordinance authorizing an amendment to the Community Youth Development Program contract with the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services from September 1, 2021 to August 31 of 2026, providing for an additional $23,000 through temporary assistance for needy families.
Okay, and Mr.
Yes,
Molina
sir.
is recusing himself from this
Molina?
item. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Okay, Mr. Presley?
Mayor, do you have to have first, do we have to have open?
No, we do not.
I'd
Oh,
like to
wait a
make a
minute.
motion, we approve items 19, 20, and 21 as submitted.
21 we already did, so 19 and 20.
19 and 20.
Well, let me open public comment. Is there any public comment on the item I just read, which is item 19? Item number 20 would be an ordinance authorizing execution of all documents necessary to accept and amend a grant contract for the STD HIV DIV Prevention Services Grant Program from the Texas Department of State Health Services in the Health Grants Fund to provide STD, HIV prevention and control services. So any public comment on either of those items? Okay, there being no public comment, we have a motion. I'll close public comment.
Second.
Oh, second.
We have a motion and a second.
Yes.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion
Okay,
carries.
Molina abstained on 19, just
And
for
Molina
clarification.
abstained on 19. Our last item is a briefing, fees and rate schedule recommendations for Corpus Christi Fire Protection Services to customers who live outside the city of Corpus Christi city limits.
Mayor,
Chief?
just for clarification, Mr. Molina, did you want to vote on 20? Because
If I'm able to, yes.
if the council's okay with that, because he wasn't
Okay.
here.
I will vote in
It's
favor, yes.
family- Okay, great.
Thank you.
Chief Rocha, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, City Council, Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. This is item number 22, a briefing provided to the City Council with regards to recommended fees for fire protection services for customers outside of the city limits of Corpus Christi. The objective of today's briefing is to establish fire protection service fees for fire department responses outside of the city limits. Corpus Christi Fire Department responds to calls for service both inside and outside of the city limits. Residents within the city limits support the CCFD budget through taxation. However, residents outside the city limits do not provide this support. The Corpus Christi Fire Department seeks a methodology to calculate the all-inclusive costs for services rendered to customers when responding outside of city limits. And these costs will be the basis for fees assessed to customers living outside the city limits who receive fire protection services. The proposed fees will be calculated utilizing four components. The first component is a response readiness fee, which is a charge for the fire department's cost of being ready to respond for calls for service. The fee will be made in lieu of traditional taxation, and it will be based on the total number of residents' tax parcels within the city limits divided by the budget of the fire department. So you take the budget of the fire department and you divide it by the number of parcels within the city limits. The second component to it is a fee for service. Based on the personnel costs of responding units, the responding units will vary depending on the call type. There'll be regular alarms, there'll be second alarms, there'll be rescue calls, things like that, and these fees will be associated to that. With that, the personnel costs will also be multiplied by the number of hours engaged in the call. The third methodology that the department's using is the cost of equipment based on FEMA schedule of equipment rates. The last FEMA schedule rate was in 2019. Apparatus and equipment costs will vary depending on the call type, and the cost of equipment will be multiplied by the number of hours engaged in the call. Lastly is mileage. Mileage will be calculated based on the annual IRS fees. RS rate for mileage, the number of the responding units will vary depending on the call type, and the mileage rate will be multiplied by the travel distance for each unit dispatched. Let's see. Conclusion. The invoice will be the total summation of the cost of the four components. Invoice will vary based on the call type, and the invoice will be made to the property owner of the responsible party. And we will be bringing you this item in the next city council meeting scheduled for the 24th of May. Other than that, this is the briefing that I have, and I wanted to present this to you.
Mayor, can I just add a few things? So this is at the request of Councilman Hernandez. We've talked about this in our months here, and we have executed on this as one of our policy issues to bring to council. Chief Rocha presented the fire service, but we have to look at also the emergency medical EMS service charge, and we're working with Chief Markle if there's maybe a potential for a police charge. But in summary, it was a very good presentation by Chief Rocha. This is a way to bill persons that live just outside or outside the city limits, but benefit from city services without paying property tax, like a lot of our inner city and other residents that live here. We know there's a lot of development, maybe in the London area as an example, that's on purpose outside the city limits, so persons don't have to pay that city property tax bill. So this is a way to recoup the costs and make it equitable to taxpayers in Corpus Christi that pay city property tax and get some fees for services that we provide. One final comment is that the chief and the fire department have a interlocal agreement for service.
That's correct, Peter. The mutual aid agreement of Nueces County is separate and apart from this. So, for example, if Robstown, the fire department, were to ask for mutual aid from the city of Corpus Christi, we would respond to Robstown under our current understanding there. And so the first 8 hours is just in being a good neighbor. But after the 8-hour period, we would start submitting a charge. We have to do this for FEMA reimbursement during normal emergencies. During emergencies, we would have to show that we engage in mutual aid with them and that there is a charge fee set up.
Right, and they help us out if we need it. So in those cases, there would not be a charge. This is for, say, the single family dwelling or commercial establishment. But a mutual aid charge won't be impacted with this recommended schedule.
That's correct.
Okay, so currently, you get a call, and this has all come up. When did this come up? It was before, I don't remember. I remember having this conversation.
Yeah, this came
during
up when I actually did a tour with.
No, but it was before your tours.
No. It came up afterwards because I asked him about it during a briefing during the budget. This was during the budget cycle. This last budget cycle in what, July or?
No, but it was in what I'm talking before then. This came up during. It was staffing or equipment, but maybe it was during a budget. But that said, Chief Rocha, today, you get a call from somebody out in London, a fire, You just go out there and put out the fire?
We would. We haven't gone to any structure fires out there yet, ma'am, but the department would respond. I mean, there are some challenges and some difficulties there. We've all experienced the high wind, the low humidity, the potential for fire. If one of those houses catches on fire, it's going to catch more houses on fire. So as a municipality, as an adjoining municipality, dispatch would get the call at Metrocom that there was a structure fire. And we have units that are within 5 minutes from London, both at Station 18 and
Right.
Station 6. And so we would go
And
to...
seven- and
help out.
17.
Right.
And 17 is
But you
another
would
station.
go and you take care of that, and they don't get billed ever?
Under the current
Right.
model, no.
No.
Under this model, yes.
Yes, an ambulance goes out there today.
That's a different setup that the city manager and I have talked about. There are some different challenges, but there's already kind of a system in place in which the city does charge for a couple of the points. There are 4 points that we had here. We charge for mileage. We charge for the cost of the transport. We don't charge for a readiness fee, but we do receive sometimes money from the county for calls outside of the county. That's going to require a little bit more work, but there is going to be a system in place in which we look at EMS calls for service on how we could recoup our money for those.
So this is just fire?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, and, this is over several conversations with me and Chief Rocha. I think the very first one was, well, why are we going out there? And I remember his first response was, we got to go out there. we got to go out there. And I don't disagree with that. But I do disagree with, and we don't have a right to unilaterally annex anymore. And that poses the problem. We can't, just go out there and say we're going to, well, you're enjoying our services without paying for them. That's not fair to our citizens here that are paying the taxes for the readiness and availability of our fire department and our police department. Now,
That's correct.
They have the sheriff's department out there, but probably our units are sometimes closer than theirs, because I don't think they have as many close to that. So, but that's another story. And I remember seeing it. It was mainly an EMS unit, right? And I remember driving down 43, and I see an EMS unit going and say, well, if it turns right behind London, it's okay. If he turns left, it's going to be, I'm going to make a phone call. Sure enough, it turned left.
I got the phone call.
You got the phone call. Okay, so, but I just think in order to be fair, and because we can't annex anymore, they have to, there should be some fairness in this and them paying for the readiness service, especially for fire, right? And, I don't want someone's house to burn down, so I think this is a reasonable compromise for them to at least get the benefit of fire service. So I will wholeheartedly support this.
Yeah. Councilman Pusley.
Okay, Chief. How does this, I know you and I have had this discussion several times, but how are you going to interplay this with the ESD1 district and how all that is put together, and ESD2 as well?
Well, currently, there are many municipalities, taxing entities in Nueces County that, in fact, we all have signed on to the Nueces County Mutual Aid Agreement. So let's say, for example, ESD1, some of their area occupies within the city limits of Corpus Christi. Some of their area is outside of the city limits of Corpus Christi. They have a right and have exercised the call for mutual aid, and we go wholeheartedly and give a great effort. Same with some of the other cities. Robstown's another example. Robstown, we had a mutual aid call out there recently, and the fire department did respond and did help them out. So those municipalities that have a taxing entity where their taxation area is defined, they have a right to call for mutual aid, and then by the mutual aid agreement, we would respond out there and help out.
So in those situations, these charges would not apply?
That's correct.
Okay. And we do realize that a good portion of people who live in the city limits of Corpus Christi are paying for Corpus Christi Fire Protection through their tax rates, but they're also paying for additional fire protection to ESD1
And ESD2.
and
There
ESD2.
are two entities
And
that.
those are separate line items on their tax bill every year.
That is correct, sir.
Okay. Okay, there was somewhere else I was headed this, but
I will tell you, Councilman, that what would not be right is if, let's say, there was a fire outside of the ESD, and the ESD says, "Hey, we're calling for mutual aid." Well, that's not in your taxing entity, and
Right.
so that would make it unfair. That would not
Yeah,
be
no, I
in
agree
the
with
spirit
that.
of the. Yes.
So with respect to training, Chief, the people who serve as firefighters in an ESD, are they required to obtain the same training and qualifications and certifications that your fire people do?
In the realm of firefighting, yes, sir. Texas Commission of Fire Protection sets a standard. The base medical certification is an EMTB, a basic, as well as the firefighter training. What's separate from them is the Corpus Christi model, in which we do the firefighter certification as well as paramedic certification. That's where the changes, the differentiation between the requirements for employment with the Corpus Christi Fire Department and then employment from other departments outside of Corpus Christi.
But their paramedics have to go through a certification process as well?
That's correct, yes,
Okay.
sir. They do have, some of them do have, I think ESD1 and ESD2, as well as Blunser, do have paramedics and firefighters.
Right. I know ESD4 sometimes hires some of your paramedics that work part-time in those areas as well.
And I will tell you, Councilman, thanks to the mayor and the city council who approved years ago the mutual aid agreement with Nueces County. We have a similar arrangement with San Patricio County and some of the other counties north where we have a mutual aid. We help them out, they help us out.
Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you, Chief.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Chief. First, I completely agree with Councilman Hernandez on his views, and thank you for kind of leading the charge on this with it. Now, on the fee schedule, you're telling us how you're going to calculate the fees. What's the plan on collection? Is this going to be on an on-call? Will it be a sign-up? So what's the plan there?
The overall plan right now, Councilman, is that we would submit a bill for payment to the residents. Let's say we go to a house and the house is located at 123 Elm Street, outside of the city limits of Corpus Christi. We would send them a bill.
Okay. On the call basis?
Yes,
with
sir.
it.
On a
So-
per call basis.
And has any thought been given to having kind of an insurance plan with it where people could sign up and not get that $20,000 or $30,000 bill or whatever it would be? Because it's not going to be inexpensive, is it?
I would say it could be anywhere from $3,000 to $10,000, $15,000, depending on the longevity of the incident, the complexity of the incident, the number of units that are out there. It could be anywhere from around the $3,000 model to $10,000, $15,000.
Well, I guess how many structure fires do we have a year?
The city of Corpus Christi averages between 280 and 310 structure fires a year.
A year, and our budget is?
Total budget is $72 million,
We
not
divide
counting.
that into 230-something thousand, and you're going to have a big bill. It's not going to be $3,000.
That's correct.
With it. Yeah. But I guess that's, we need to be developing how we're going to get paid, and is there a chance of any kind of, like I say, a sign-up or something like that? Because all we taxpayers, every year, we pay into the insurance fund, so to speak, where
Yes, sir.
the folks out there that they're not going to be, it's just going to be on use with it. So
The model that is closely comparable to it is like Life Flight, the helicopter
Right.
Agency, where somebody could buy a rancher policy
Mhm.
for X amount of dollars.
Yeah.
And then the agreement is that the air ambulance would only pursue the cost that the insurance company that they have would provide, but they wouldn't go after the customer for
Yeah.
the cost after that. That is a model that we've looked at and talked about internally on the fire department. But I would project that this problem is not only a Corpus Christi problem, but something that TML might be interested in terms of other municipalities that are experiencing the same type of growth outside of the city limits, but still can't annex.
And now that is every municipality in this state that has annexed non-fire protection on there. And Councilman Hernandez says it's going to be a growing problem with it. So we've got to attend. Well, thank you very much, Chief.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you. And I have to ask, just because Chief Markle's here and we're talking about all this, you go out there, so did y'all say y'all were going to be working on the same kind of thing for police?
Yeah,
Yes.
the answer is yes. So far, the chief, in our conversations with them, said that they really don't have too many responses out there.
No, that's what I was gonna
However,
ask
there's a
you.
lot of there's residential and commercial development happening, so
Right.
we're asking him to kind of rethink the model.
Well, it might be just proactive
Right.
to have something there. I mean, how do you feel about it in terms of?
We don't make many primary calls in the rural area. Remember, DPS does patrol your Las Colonias, so does the sheriff, and so does your constabulary. So they do have a triple overlay. Our assistance is normally in the form of providing ID for a complicated investigation, or maybe SWAT team, because we're obligated. Dive team, remember, is obligated to a certain number of counties. So is your bomb squad, 22 counties. That's part of the obligation of receiving those federal equipment. So there's a whole lot of nuances in how we provide assistance to other areas. Some of it's mandated, like I said, and it's reciprocated. Remember, this Saturday, we had 25 DPS officers riding with us in the parade because, and they do that for free, right? They don't charge us. So there's a lot of things to consider.
Okay. I mean, but Peter, you're saying y'all are, again, Chief Markle, we had said.
Yeah, we're
what was it,
going to
3?
work through it and see
we
what we are going to end up annexing or providing service, especially to the London district as housing is developed out there.
Well, because like, for instance, the, London town, or
Right,
what's it called? That's inside city limits. So he's going to go, I mean, I guess that's part of the city, so
Yeah,
that's.
anything inside the city, but recently there was a groundbreaking for commercial development outside the city
Right.
limits. I didn't make it, it was in London, I'm not sure if any of
There's
the
another
council
one
members-
coming, yeah.
But anything could happen, you could have an armed robbery, you could have a theft, you could have a vehicle accident. They're gonna call CCPD.
Absolutely.
Somebody has so we need today, we don't go out there because there's no commercial development, but soon there's gonna be some with
I think
money
we
and
should
jewelry
proactively
and-
work on that. for
Yeah, so
sure.
we're gonna,
Well,
right.
remember they we're a metro dispatch. They call us anyways. We just dispatch sheriff or DPS or a county officer from our own dispatch.
And we
then
know
if
the-
they're not available, then we'll
Right.
assist.
We know the county sheriff's department doesn't have as many officers, obviously, as we do, and as somebody mentioned, their response time is not gonna be as good as ours, so we're gonna get the call as soon as these developments start opening and bringing in customers. And again, they're not in the city limits, so they're not paying property tax, and in some cases, that's by design, they're willfully doing that, so
Right.
this is a good policy issue to be having a conversation about.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Chief Markle. Okay, well, I don't see any of the lights on. So this was just a briefing, and we're going to have an item on this forthcoming?
Right. Yeah, the next council meeting will be the first step of this, which is the fire service fee only action item. And then we'll come back over time in the next couple of weeks on the EMS and any type of police charge as well.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Okay, well, there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.